Hello, testing, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Testing, 1, 2.
Up here any second.
The committee will come to order. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare recess of the committee at any time. This hearing is entitled On the Brink of Homelessness, How the Affordable Housing Crisis and the Gentrification of America is Leaving Families Vulnerable. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes to give an opening statement. Good morning. Today, this committee convenes for its first hearing of the year to examine our country's rental housing crisis and how it is causing many Americans to live on the brink of homelessness. In 2019, homelessness increased by 2.7%, resulting in almost 568,000 people experiencing homelessness. Areas with high rental costs, such as Los Angeles, have seen particularly high increases in homelessness. Los Angeles experienced a 16% jump in homelessness in 2019 alone. Between 2010 and 2017, LA homelessness population increased by 42%, while more than 500,000 people have no place to call home. There are millions more who are on the brink of experiencing homelessness because they can't afford to pay rent. According to the National Low-Income Housing Coalition, more than 10 million low-income households are severely cost-burdened, meaning they spend more than 50% of their earnings on rent. These households are also twice as likely to fall behind on their rent and be threatened with eviction. Moreover, gentrification has exacerbated the rental housing crisis in some communities. For example, the city of Inglewood, located in my district, is experiencing gentrification created by recent commercial developments, including a new football stadium and entertainment district. As a result, longtime residents have seen their rents spike or even been evicted to make way for newer, wealthier tenants. I talked to these longtime residents and have heard how their lives have been turned upside down. I'm deeply dismayed that despite these numbers, Congress has failed to prioritize this issue and continues to underfund the very programs that would help people afford a roof over their heads. Not only are we failing to adequately invest in federal programs to meet the needs of people who are currently experiencing homelessness, we're also failing to adequately invest in the solutions that can prevent homelessness in the future, such as the National Housing Trust Fund, which is dedicated to the development and preservation of housing that is affordable to the lowest income households. Homelessness affects the very fabric of our communities. When I speak to families in my district who are dealing with homelessness, I see the toll this housing insecurity is taking on them, including their children who can't concentrate in school because they're sleeping in a car at night. Every American has the right to safe, decent, and affordable housing. That is why I'm doing everything I can to get my bill, H.R. 1865, the Ending Homelessness Act, passed into law. The Ending Homelessness Act would provide over $13 billion in new funding for vital programs that serve people experiencing homelessness and increase the supply of affordable housing for the lowest income households. We need to do more if we're going to address the rental housing and homelessness crisis. We need to preserve the affordable housing that we have. We need to increase investments in programs that develop new housing or provide rental assistance. We know what the solutions are to this problem. We just need the political will and resources. So I look forward to hearing from the panel of witnesses who we have here today. And with that, I now recognize the ranking member of the committee, the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. McKinney, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Chairwoman Waters. Thank you for holding this hearing, and thank you for this discussion, important discussion about housing affordability. For many, housing affordability challenges are real. The economy is doing quite well. We see wages rising at every piece of our economy, and Americans are better off now because of the economic growth of the last few years. That's true. But too many low-income Americans find themselves one paycheck, one car accident, one surprise bill away from losing their homes. According to the Harvard Joint Center for Housing Studies, about half of all renters in the country are considered cost-burdened, meaning that they pay more than one-third of their income towards rent. While these affordability challenges exist in many places, the reality is that they are most acutely experienced in high-cost, high-taxed cities in dense urban areas. These high-cost cities and states are making this crisis worse, not better, by enacting counterproductive regulatory and zoning laws which decrease the amount of housing that can be built, cause housing costs to skyrocket, and ultimately to put more low-income families at risk of being kicked out of their homes. Worse yet, these same high-cost cities and states are also responsible for a nationwide increase in homelessness, which has increased by 3% over the past year. This increase is being largely driven by high-cost, high-taxed states, specifically California and New York. But don't take my word for it. Last week, the Washington Post reported that, quote, New York City is the area with the largest homeless population, but Los Angeles, San Jose, and San Diego had the largest shares of the unsheltered population. That's the Washington Post. The data show that California alone is responsible for almost half of the nation's unsheltered homeless population. Half. Moreover, when you look at a nationwide comparison of red states to blue states, the fact is that since 2007, blue states have not been able to reduce their homeless population at all, while red states have cut homelessness by about a third. I think that's an interesting statistic, and I think it's noteworthy for this discussion. In fact, the Post further reported that homelessness data, quote, show that homelessness is, in fact, more prevalent in states that voted for Hillary Clinton in 2016, end quote, while states that, quote, states that voted for Trump have seen larger drops in their homeless populations, end quote. That's the Washington Post. It's not an opinion story. It's a hard news story. The Washington Post. Now, if we're going to have a discussion about it, we need to have the fullness of the data and the fullness of the answers to these very important questions about homelessness. I raise this because it's the Washington Post. This is not some right-wing blog that is saying these things. So if you believe in data and the correlation of it, in this case, is impossible to ignore, the states with the worst problems are also the states with the worst solutions. The reality is that if we want to address the high cost of housing, we need to enact policy changes to address the root cause of these local issues, the local problems, not just hope for a new federal subsidy or temporary offsets in order to throw money at the problem. If we want to fight inequality, let's build more housing so that low-income Americans have the chance to live in high-opportunity cities where they work. And if we care about combating the climate crisis, let's build more and denser housing so people can live closer to where they work. These people on both sides of this discussion want to make things better. That's important. And I think it's about time we propose some real solutions to these problems holistically. Back in 2016, President Obama said, quote, if you keep on doing something over and over again for 50 years and it doesn't work, it might make sense to try something new, end quote. He wasn't talking about specifically housing there, but I think the quote makes a whole hell of a lot of sense. I don't want to be misunderstood. There will always be a portion of our population that has limitations to work, perhaps the elderly or disabled or otherwise. And it's important we have a social safety net for them. But we need to have a holistic response here, and we need to be open-minded about this approach. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you very much. To the witnesses that are here today, I don't want you to get intimidated at all with these political arguments. This should be a nonpartisan issue. Homelessness is prevalent all over this country. I don't want to hear anything about red and blue, and I want you to tell us your experiences and help us in any way that you can.
James.
So I want to welcome today's distinguished panel. Ms. Karen Chapple, a professor at the University of California, Berkeley, who is serving as chair of Berkeley's Department of City and Regional Planning at the university. Mr. Matthew Desmond, who is Maurice P. Doing professor of sociology and director of the Eviction Lab at Princeton University. Ms. Priya Jayachandran, who is president of the National Housing Trust. Mr. Jeffrey Williams, who is a tenant advocate on the issues we will be discussing today, and Mr. Michael Hendrix, who is Director of State and Local Policy at the Manhattan Institute. Without objection, all of the witnesses' written statements will be made part of the record. Each of you will have 5 minutes to summarize your testimony. When you have 1 minute remaining, a yellow light will appear. At that time, I would ask you to wrap up your testimony so we can be respectful of both the witnesses and the committee members' time. Professor Chapple, you are now recognized for 5 minutes to present your oral testimony.
Chairwoman Waters, thank you for the opportunity to address the committee. I'll focus on the role of gentrification in the housing affordability crisis and the potential for federal policy to make a difference. I'm professor and chair of the Department of City and Regional Planning at the University of California, Berkeley, where I've worked for 19 years. I'm also faculty director of the Urban Displacement Project. The loss of affordable rental housing occurs for many reasons, but most importantly, income inequality. Gentrification plays a role, but it's not well understood. Gentrification means that affluent and high-educated newcomers, usually accompanied by new real estate investment, move into a low-income neighborhood, often a community of color. This disrupts the filtering down process for housing. Instead, formerly affordable units filter up, and there are fewer affordable apartments. Displacement doesn't happen immediately, but there's broad agreement among researchers that over time, low-income households are no longer able to find housing in these neighborhoods. Gentrification tends to attract a significant amount of media attention in places where change is rapid, like U Street in DC. But as the Displacement Project has demonstrated, the affordability crisis has resulted in patterns of displacement that affect many different types of neighborhoods, not just these iconic examples. Residential displacement is a situation in which households are forced to move for any variety of reasons, not just rent increases, but also lack of repairs or even just landlord harassment. Displacement may occur not just during or after gentrification, but also before, with gentrification nowhere in sight. In most cities across the country, gentrification occurs in just a handful of neighborhoods. Many more low-income neighborhoods are experiencing disinvestment. Landlords disinvest in their property and displace tenants in order to make room for profitable reinvestment later, because so many residents have already been displaced. If gentrification finally does arrive, there are few people left to be displaced. Our recent study of displacement in the greater New York region illustrates the different forms. About half of low-income neighborhoods are gentrifying or might in the future, but the remainder are stable or experiencing displacement without any sign of gentrification. Displacement is happening in upper-income neighborhoods, too. They're losing whatever diversity they ever had, and most of this is happening without an actual legal eviction filing. It has implications for fair housing in our cities as people are pushed out. The dysfunction of our rental housing market has contributed to the growth of precarious housing conditions. Certain types of buildings, like multifamily apartments, are particularly likely to change. And when this coincides with personal vulnerabilities, elderly folks, children, communities of color, low-income folks, medical conditions, etc., housing stability is at risk. Precariousness can thus lead to homelessness. Precariousness exists in many different types of neighborhoods. If gentrification's in process, it can act as a shock. People with no buffer or safety net can end up on the street. I'll mention some housing strategies and some other actions in areas like health and labor that are critical to address the crisis. We need emergency rental assistance and tenant counseling. I support the Eviction Crisis Act and the Family Stability and Opportunity Vouchers Act. Since it's expensive to build new housing, preservation of affordable housing stock is critical. HUD needs to preserve project-based Section 8 buildings, but we also need to innovate new approaches to scattered site acquisition and rehab, like the Small Sites program in San Francisco. New subsidized housing and new market rate housing will help mitigate displacement. We need to invest in the National Housing Trust. Two underbuilt housing types deserve more consideration: tiny homes for the homeless and accessory dwelling units. There's a LA Moss experience in Los Angeles, which is providing assistance to homeowners if they rent to have voucher holders for 5 years. Opportunity zones are often located in precarious communities undergoing gentrification, so we need to protect those residents. Eligibility for opportunity zone benefits should depend on the existence of tenant protections, housing preservation programs, or affordable housing production. Finally, HUD is exploring ideas for zoning reforms that will expand the supply of housing. We need a set of pilot programs here. In terms of healthcare, improved coverage, including Medicaid, and services targeted to vulnerable populations in precarious housing can help prevent homelessness. Affordability is as much an income crisis as it is a housing crisis. Raising the minimum wage to $15 an hour by 2025 is critical. This should be adjusted for local markets, exempting low-cost metropolitan areas and rural areas. And finally, we are going to have to develop better data sources if we're going to study and evaluate these programs. In concluding, Madam Chairwoman, I urge your committee to undertake a holistic and comprehensive approach to addressing the housing affordability crisis. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you, Professor Chapple. Professor Desmond, you are now recognized for 5 minutes to present your oral testimony.
Chairwoman Waters, Ranking Member McKinney, members of the committee, thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today. Many Americans are crushed by the high cost of housing these days. According to the latest data from the American Housing Survey, the majority of renters below the poverty line are now spending over half of their income on housing costs. 1 in 4 of those families are spending over 70% of their income just on rent and utilities. The affordable housing crisis is caused by 3 main factors. Incomes for many American families have been stagnant for the last several decades. American productivity has more than doubled since 1980, yet according to a recent study, the bottom 90% of workers during this time saw annual earning gains of only 15%. As many Americans were watching their incomes stagnate, their housing costs were soaring. This is the second main cause of the crisis. Nationwide, median asking rents have more than doubled over the last 2 decades. Since 2000, median rent has increased by 72% in the Midwest, by 108% in the South, by 119% in the Northeast, and by 146% in the West. Rents are rising at a much faster rate than incomes, yet Congress has not intervened to address this morally urgent problem. Inadequate federal funding for rental assistance is the third factor driving the housing crisis. The vast majority of families who qualify for housing assistance do not receive it. The average family spends 26 months on a waiting list for rental assistance, and in our largest cities, the wait list is no longer counted in years, it is counted in decades. I have 2 young children. If I applied for public housing today in this city, Washington, D.C., chances are I would be a grandfather by the time my application came up for review. Because of these factors, eviction, which used to be rare in the United States, has become commonplace. Between 2000 and 2016, more than 61 million eviction cases were filed in the United States. In 2016 alone, 3.7 million cases were filed. This number far exceeds the 1.2 million completed foreclosures issued at the height of the foreclosure crisis in 2010. The problem is most acute in average-sized cities with average housing costs, places like Richmond, Virginia, where 1 in 9 renter homes is evicted every year, or Tulsa, Oklahoma, where 1 in 13 is. Our research also shows that many small towns across the country have eviction rates that rival biggest cities. Take Centerville, Illinois, population 5,012, which sees 1 in 9 renter home evicted every year. The crisis is affecting families in every region of the country and in every type of town, large and small. Eviction causes loss. Children lose their schools, families lose their homes and their neighborhoods. They often lose their possessions, which are piled on the sidewalk or discarded by property owners. Research shows that after getting evicted, families relocate to worse housing and to neighborhoods with higher levels of poverty and crime than they lived in before, largely because property owners view an eviction record as disqualifying. Public housing authorities also do so, which means we are systematically denying housing help to the families that need it the most. Studies show that eviction causes job loss, and then there's the effect that eviction has on your mental health. Research has linked eviction to depression, to drug overdose deaths, even to suicide. This body of research shows that eviction is not just a condition of poverty, it is a cause of poverty. The good news is that federal policies aimed at promoting residential stability work. When families receive a housing voucher after years on the waiting list, when they finally receive this ticket that allows them to pay only 30% of their income on rent instead of 60 or 70%, research shows they do one consistent thing with their freed up income. They take it to the grocery store. They buy more food, and their kids become healthier and stronger. When families receive a housing voucher, they move into better neighborhoods. Their kids do better in schools. Research shows that families who grow up in public housing have better later life outcomes than those that are left to struggle unassisted in the private market. Housing programs powerfully promote economic mobility, but the vast majority of our low-income renting families are denied this opportunity, and their kids are not getting enough to eat because the rent eats first. I applaud the efforts this committee has made to end homelessness and ease housing burden for Americans. Last month, 2 bipartisan-sponsored bills were introduced in the Senate. The Eviction Crisis Act would go a long way to reducing unnecessary evictions, mitigating the harm of displacement, and deepening our understanding of the problem. The Family Stability, Opportunity, and Vouchers Act would create 500,000 new housing vouchers for families who desperately need them and improve services to increase housing and neighborhood choice. I urge this committee to work across party lines to generate complementary legislation in the House, acting decisively and quickly to address this crisis.
Thank you, Professor Desmond. Next, we will have Ms. Jayachandran. You are now recognized for 5 minutes to present your oral testimony.
Good morning, Chairman Waters, Ranking Member McKinney, and distinguished members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify regarding how preservation may address the affordable housing crisis. I am Priya Jayachandran, CEO of National Housing Trust. NHT is a nonprofit dedicated to preserving, producing, and protecting affordable housing. Our mission broadly is to ensure that all U.S. residents have access to safe and secure homes by preserving and expanding the nation's affordable housing stock. Using the tools of policy advocacy and innovation, real estate development, lending, and energy solutions, NHT has helped preserve and create more than 36,000 affordable homes in 50 states, leveraging more than $1.2 billion in financing. Before I dive into the facts and figures, I'd like to share a story. Meridian Manor is a historic building in the increasingly gentrifying neighborhood of Columbia Heights here in Washington, D.C., less than 2 miles from here. In 1991, the residents of Meridian Manor won a judgment against their negligent landlord for housing code violations and illegal rent increases. Meridian Manor benefits from 100% project-based vouchers, which enables its residents to pay only 30% of their income on rent. NHT partnered with the Meridian Manor Resident Association in 2002 to acquire and renovate their building using low-income housing tax credits. The residents retained a right of first refusal to purchase the property from the Housing Credit Limited Partnership after the end of the initial 15-year compliance period, which ended last year. Last month, the residents exercised that right. We at NHT will continue to work with the residents as a development consultant and as an asset manager as they assume full ownership. While many neighboring apartments are rapidly converting to high-cost condominiums, federal subsidies, notably project-based vouchers and low-income housing tax credits, have enabled the residents of Meridian Manor to remain in their home, in their neighborhood, by maintaining affordable rent, and now to own their building. We're very proud at NHT of our role in preserving the affordability of this historic building for families who will have the opportunity now to continue living there. Mr. Desmond, Ms. Chapple, and the members did a nice job of summarizing the data on the need for affordable housing, so I'll focus on solutions. Affordable housing preservation can help. Preservation refers to a set of actions that ensure that an affordable property's rents remain affordable by extending and potentially expanding its housing subsidies and rent restrictions. Often accomplished by mission-based developers committed to long-term affordability like NHT, preservation usually involves financial recapitalization and physical renovation of a property. In recent years, rising rents in hot markets like DC have created increased incentives for owners to opt out of participating in federal housing assistance, including project-based Section 8. When properties become unaffordable at the same time neighborhoods improve, residents are often displaced, losing the opportunity to benefit from potential decreased crime rates, enhanced access to jobs, quality schools, and reliable transportation. Preserving affordable housing enables residents to benefit from these opportunities. It also allows employers to fill critical jobs across the spectrum of wages without forcing the poorest workers to shoulder the burden of long and expensive commutes. In distressed neighborhoods, preserving affordable housing can catalyze the revitalization of an entire community. It also signals the reversal of what may have been years of neglect and can spark the public-private investment that's essential for community revitalization. Preservation protects the billions of taxpayer dollars already invested in affordable housing and results in more efficient use of resources. No one strategy alone can solve our affordable housing crisis, and preservation must be coupled with building new apartments and increasing tenant-based vouchers, among other strategies. Housing construction, particularly at affordable levels, has not kept pace with population growth and widening income inequality, nor have voucher allocations kept pace with the increase in renters who need them. However, focusing exclusively on new construction or vouchers without simultaneously promoting preservation risks exacerbating the problem. We must preserve existing homes and focus our new construction and new tenant-based efforts on expanding supply without backfilling our losses.
Thank you, Mr. Jayachandran. Mr. Williams, you are now recognized for 5 minutes to present your oral testimony.
Good morning, Congress, and everyone here. Happy New Year. First, I want to thank everyone for taking time out to hear my family story, so I will try to just keep it brief. My name is Jeffrey Williams. I'm a father, a husband, and a tenant of Richmond, Virginia. I am one of several American families that have experienced homelessness for several amount of years. I was forced out by a legal eviction. I fell behind on my rent. It was taking 30% of my income, and we were forced out on the street. My son now, who is 11, was 9 then, was forced to be put out on the street and nowhere to go. At this point, I feel very compelled to tell you guys, and excuse me if I'm not being correct, but it brings tears to my eyes to know that you guys are just giving me this opportunity to hear our story, but I'll just move on. My family and I have been homeless for over 3 years. We have experienced it on all different levels, from being put out on the street to staying in hotels to being promised places that only to come find out that they didn't want to give us a chance. My son, which is here today, would be the first to tell you that it hurts. It hurts to know when your child looks at you and they ask you, where's our next place, roof over their head? They ask you that, Dad, where will we live next? Or the question now becomes, I'm ashamed because I don't know what we can do. My son one day asked me, and I never forget it, he asked me, he said, "Dad," and again, he was 9 at this point, asked me, "Dad, can I help you work to put a roof over my family's head?" And at that point, I knew that something had to be done. And when you do all you can as a father, as a husband, as a provider, you feel like a failure. You feel like the weight of the world is on your shoulders. You feel like you have done a disservice to your family, and you just feel like you're a failure. But then to go further down the line and realize that there's no one to listen to you, no one is there to just understand that there's a bigger issue going on, it hurts and it cuts deep. I'm sure I'm not going with everything on the paperwork, and I'm trying to refrain from getting emotional, so I apologize. But this is something that's very, very near and dear to me, because it hurts. And it hurts not only me and my family, but I'm hurting for the next family that's going through this. And I ask everyone tonight, when you go home tonight and you sit back and look at everything that's going on in the world, please look at the families that you pass every day on a daily basis, because everyone deserves a chance, everyone deserves an opportunity, and everybody deserves to have a roof over their head. Some people take that for granted, and if I could look at each and one of you tonight, and you go home to your loved ones, be thankful. Be thankful, because take it from me, it was taken from me, and that's something that I will never, ever forget. It scares me to know that I still feel, it's a feeling that will never leave. It's scary to know that at any given point, a little mistake or a lack of income, that it all can be taken away from you. And I want you guys to know from the bottom of my heart, I really thank y'all for hearing me. And I'm here to listen to anybody. I brought my son here from today, and I thank you for hearing me this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Mr. Hendrix, you are now recognized for 5 minutes to present your testimony.
Good morning, Chairwoman Waters, Ranking Member McKinney, and members of this committee. Thank you for inviting me to participate in this hearing. My name is Michael Hendrix, and I'm the Director of State and Local Policy at the Manhattan Institute. And along with my colleagues, we seek to advance the flourishing of America's communities. My key message to the committee today is this: America must allow more housing supply where there's housing demand. And not doing so actively harms low-income and marginalized Americans. State and local governments must lower the regulatory barriers standing in the way of new and more affordable housing. And the federal government can play an important role in informing and incentivizing housing reform. Because the reality is America's housing is increasingly unaffordable. Roughly 25% of renters nationwide spend more than half of their incomes on housing. In opportunity-rich cities like San Francisco and New York, real housing prices have tripled and doubled since 1970, respectively. And the result is a crisis of affordable housing and a growing fear of homelessness and displacement among many Americans and their families. Housing unaffordability is rooted in housing inaccessibility. Demand is outstripping supply for the 8th year in a row nationwide, and for every 10 households formed from 2010 to 2016, just 7 homes were built. And in a survey across American cities, it was found that it was illegal on 75% of residential land to build anything but a single-family home. The demand for housing is highest where housing regulations are the most stringent. The artificially high costs stemming from regulatory barriers, such as onerous zoning regulations, discretionary reviews, impact fees, one-size-fits-all affordability mandates, mean, ultimately, scarcer homes at higher prices. And as a result, fewer Americans are moving to opportunity. and it's minorities, working families, low-income Americans in particular that have scarcer choices for where and how they live. Homelessness, as we know, is on the rise for the third straight year, in no small part due to being poor in housing-constrained markets such as California. And in the face of high rents, an eviction notice too often compounds a long string of financial strains for many families. So here are the solutions. Housing cannot become more affordable without becoming more available. We must together loosen the grip of restrictive housing policies that contribute to unaffordable housing, homelessness, disparate opportunity, and destabilized communities. America's lack of affordable housing has three answers: building more units, subdividing existing units, or subsidizing rents. And ultimately, only allowing more housing to be built in this country resembles anything like a long-term solution. Communities that accommodate both existing residents and newcomers are prioritizing in-placement rather than displacement. Communities should legalize housing of all types for every income level, including for those without housing in the first place. Freeing up so-called missing middle housing in single-family neighborhoods or allowing housing around transit hubs represent low-hanging fruit for reform. And localities can ensure that this housing is improved simply, quickly, and clearly. Publicly subsidized affordable housing is also too often slow and costly to build, not just because of government inefficiencies, but because they face the same exclusionary land use policies that contribute to costly market rate housing. Affordable housing can cost upwards of $739,000 in California per unit. And that is why also naturally affordable housing is an important source of homes for millions of Americans and a critical part to the crisis of housing we face today. That includes backyard apartments, manufactured homes, and roommates sharing a living space. States such as California should be applauded for removing barriers to the development of accessory dwelling units in backyards. Now, freer markets may not immediately lead to more economical housing. And that's why well-funded housing subsidies provided directly to recipients are important for providing below-market rate shelter in a timelier fashion, while still offering flexibility and avoid entrenching people in pockets of poverty and segregation. Now, more funding for vouchers and housing assistance, if allowed, must still at some point be paired with more housing down the road. Otherwise, subsidized demand will just lead to higher prices for everyone. The federal government can also play an important role in forming and incentivizing housing reform. For instance, HUD has the authority to set clearly defined and simple metrics, scoring communities and housing availability and affordability in order for mayors to compete for federal dollars and prestige for a race to the top. Now is the time for more Americans to stand up for housing growth, including those who are entrusted with federal office. These barriers exist for public and private sectors alike, and together we can help make America's housing markets both free and fair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will now recognize myself for 5 minutes for questions. Mr. Williams, I want to thank you for coming here and sharing your story with you. I want to thank you additionally for bringing your child with you so that your child could see the members of Congress and understand that we're public policy makers and we have a role in solving these problems, and certainly hopeful that he will know as he grows up what to expect from his elected officials. How many children do you have?
I have 3 children.
You have 3 children?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you were evicted, were you employed?
Yes, ma'am.
What kind of job did you have?
I'm a criminal justice major. I do security, government security. Yes, ma'am.
Would you mind sharing with us, you don't have to, what your income was at that time?
At that time, I was making $10 an hour.
How much?
$10 an hour.
$10 an hour, 3 children, working as a security guard.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm told by one of my staff that you were also trying to improve your income by going to school or doing something to improve education. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
What were you doing?
I was doing security for public schools.
And you were trying to increase your income.
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have any help? Was anybody paying for education?
No, ma'am.
So were you paying for education?
Yes, ma'am.
So you were making minimum wage,
Yes, ma'am.
3 children, trying to improve your education, and you were paying for your education, and you missed a month or so on your rent,
Yes, ma'am.
and you were evicted.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know who your landlords were? Was it a private?
It was a private.
And did they put you and the kids out on the street?
I'll never forget it, ma'am. The day of the eviction.
Could you speak up so everybody can hear you?
I'm sorry, everyone. The day of the eviction, the sheriff's department came, first thing in the morning. My kids were getting ready for school, and the sheriff's department, literally, we had to pack up within less than 30 minutes to get all our 3-bedroom apartment out on the street. The sheriff's department at that time told us we only could get what we could get, and they would lock us out. So at that time, all my kids are chronic asthmatic. I was only able to grab a few items. Some near and dear items did not come with us. We were put out on the street.
And as I understand it, as hard as you tried to find a place, the eviction now interfered with your ability to even find a place if you could have found a place with the meager income that you had. The eviction would always come up,
Yes.
and they would say, sorry, can't rent for you. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
So here you were with limited income and eviction, 3 kids on the street and nowhere to go. And for a period of time, 1 or 2, 3 years, I don't know how long it was, you were going from motel to your car.
To my car. One particular time, we were staying in a car for about 3 weeks.
And how did the children get to school when you're sleeping in the car?
We would still take them to school.
And so you are describing to us a situation where literally anybody that's in the same situation that you're in, it's not your fault. It's not the fault of a Democrat or a Republican. It is the fact that we have low income and stagnant wages oftentimes. When you're trying to improve yourself, oftentimes there's no one helping to pay for the education, but then there's no low-income housing that you could have gotten on that income. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am. On several occasions, we in approximate 3 years, we probably lost about over $3,000, maybe $2,000 to $3,000 just in application fees, because we were told at the initial interview, after being forthcoming with all our information, oh, you qualify for this, you qualify for that, only to be told a day or two later you don't qualify. So every application fee that we have put in has been denied.
Wow, well, I want to thank the people who helped you, and I don't even know who those people are, who helped you to get into some place recently. I want to thank them from the bottom of my heart, and I want your son to know that there are some people here who are going to fight for them and fight for you and fight for families like yours. With that, I yield back the balance of my time, and I yield to Mr. McKinney, the ranking member.
Mr. Williams, what's your son's name who's with you?
If he's awake, Jalen Williams.
Jalen.
Okay, maybe he's not awake yet. But.
You got a great dad. You got a brave dad. You got a dad full of courage. For him to tell this story in front of us, to tell this story in front of you, he's going to make you proud. And you should be proud of your dad. We're sorry what you've been through. We want to make things better. That's the struggle, is how to make things better. And you are our constituents. You represent the voice of our constituents. So, job that pays better, a sustainable housing situation. You got housing now?
Yes, sir.
All right. Is that private housing, or is it vouchers? Public?
Private housing.
Okay. Is there a voucher involved?
No, sir.
No, sir. Okay. So, you're doing it on your own.
Yes, sir.
Paying it out of your pocket. Where do you live?
Richmond, Virginia.
Richmond. All right. So Richmond's on our list of the highest cost places, not that it's cheap, but it's not the highest cost places. So, and you're doing it in market rents, paying out of your pocket. No help from the government.
No help.
All right, Mr. Hendrix, how do you answer that question? How do you get more affordable housing? In fact, so he's got more choices. And if he gets no from one, he can get a yes from another. How do you get more affordable options?
We start with the reforms at the local level, to zoning laws, to permitting fees, to extensive review times. We also have a greater variety of housing stock. So it's not just a single-family home that you have to choose from. You can have housing of every type for every income level. Unfortunately, too much of that housing variety has been made illegal in this country, and we need to make it legal.
What do you mean by that?
So right now, for instance, on zoning, you can only build certain types of homes in certain places. And what you build maybe has to be a certain size, or it has to be of a certain limit on the height. And that hurts way too many places where there's a lot of demand. So that's especially true on America's coasts. I happen to live in Manhattan. It is not cheap in Manhattan. It's also not cheap in California. And even in places in America's interior, places like Dallas, Austin, Atlanta, they're becoming much more expensive too, as more people want to be closer to jobs, which everybody wants.
Okay, so zoning's boring. This is Congress. We want to do something exciting, right? We want to spend some money. That's sort of the motivation. How do you actually make the money more effective that we're spending so it actually has an impact?
When money is being spent, my belief is that it should be sent directly to an individual. When you subsidize apartments, when you subsidize buildings, that is a very inefficient way to make housing much more affordable. Putting money directly in the hands of individuals gives them the freedom and flexibility to live where they want to. But again, we must make it more affordable for more housing to be built. And whether that's exciting or not, it is necessary.
Okay, but the subsidy is a temporary piece, and doesn't a subsidy then drive up the cost of the housing stock?
Absent more housing development.
How do we connect federal monies flowing to individuals that enhances the housing stock? How do we actually make that happen as a matter of policy, so we actually affect people's lives?
Sending money directly to individuals, you're correct, does not increase the housing stock. That has to be a change made at the local and state levels, because you can have money in your pocket, but if you've no place to spend it,
All right, so give us an example of a bad piece of regulation that we could have an impact on, that would make a meaningful impact on the cost.
Yeah, so I'll point to examples from California. San Diego Mayor Kevin Faulconer has gotten rid of minimum parking requirements, which added $50,000 to sometimes even $100,000 across Southern California to the cost of a single unit's development. Getting rid of that minimum parking requirement, especially near transit, was a critical part of making San Diego's housing much more affordable. Even more recently, he passed a law saying, yes, in God's backyard, there are churches that wanted to build housing on parking lots that sat vacant through much of the week. That kind of low-hanging fruit, retail spots, allowing for backyard apartments to be built, that is concrete reform.
And that actually has an impact on housing choices for somebody like Mr.
right.
Williams, who doesn't have a government subsidy
That's right.
for this. Okay, thank you.
The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Scott, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. This is an extraordinary hearing, but I do want to make a couple of points starting out. And one is that this is an issue that's going to require a massive infusion of financial resources. And that is the one major thing that Chairlady Waters has in her bill. It's going to take at least $13 billion. Then we know we are serious. Secondly, private investors can't do this alone without the help of federal financial resources. That will be incorporated in her bill. but also in the CBDG, Community Development Block Grants. So we on both sides of the aisle need to have what I affectionately refer to as a serious financial Jesus come to us moment. The tears, the emotion that this young man has expressed says it all. And I hope that every single one of us will stop this business about blue states and red states. We're all American states. And the American people are crying out to say, Congress, get your act together and let's solve this problem. But let me just ask you, if I may, a few weeks ago, in one of my beloved counties, Fulton County in Georgia, my district voted, unfortunately, in my opinion, to no longer be categorized as a CDBG entitlement community.
What?
Meaning that they will no longer directly receive CDBG funding that could have been deployed into affordable housing or public works. I was deeply concerned to hear about this change, as it will disproportionately impact several of the small cities in the southern part of Fulton County in my district, and it would restrict their access to desperately needed federal dollars. So, Ms. Chapple and several of you, I definitely want your comment on this. I want to be careful with your name. I hope I get it right, Ms. Jayachandran. I'd like for you two to weigh in and give us a little help on if you can describe the role that the CDBG program will play in combating homelessness and providing affordable housing stock, and how would a sudden decrease of the loss of this CDBG funding impact a community like Fulton County in my district in Georgia, their ability to provide needed service and the money? How serious is this problem? Yes, go
Just
ahead.
briefly, thank you for your question. CDBG funding is critical for communities around the country because it provides flexible funds that can be used for a number of different uses to stabilize communities, to stabilize renters. In California right now, in Alameda County, we're using CDBG funds to help build tiny homes for the homeless. So this is a really needed funding stream to augment other sources to match.
So what you're saying is that this could be something that our administrations in Fulton County might want to take a second look at because it will affect them. Am I right, Ms.?
You're correct.
Good.
CDBG has been one of the strongest sources of support for creating new supply and preserving affordable housing. We at NHT have used it as a source of funds as we preserve affordable housing, one of the capital sources in the stack of financing.
Okay, thank you very much. And Chair Lady, one final point is that we in the federal government made a tragic error, and that's what we're having. As you recall, there was this massive movement of going throughout the country tearing down public housing.
Yes,
I
you're
mean, in
absolutely
this
correct.
situation, and this is a mistake that we have to correct. Again, I want to commend you on the leadership that you are providing, and this $13 billion is going to go a long way to helping us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The gentlewoman from Missouri, Ms. Wagner, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and I want to thank all of our witnesses for taking the time to come before this committee to testify on an issue that impacts every single congressional district in this country. And thank you especially, Mr. Williams, for your courage and sharing your story and being here today to give your testimony. While this hearing is designed to put a spotlight on the millions of Americans who are at risk of eviction due to a lack of affordable units, simply authorizing more funding, as has been exhibited and already discussed here briefly, for these programs is not the only solution. Although HUD's programs were designed to help address the effects of unaffordability at the local level, at the federal level, they do not and are not meant to address the underlying causes of the housing crisis and affordability. The causes of those problems, regulations and that increase the cost of the supply of housing units and decrease access to economic opportunity, are inherently local decisions that no amount of federal assistance will ever be able to surmount. That is why I would urge my colleagues, all of us here today, across the aisle, both sides, to co-sponsor Representative Virginia Fox's bill, H.R. 4956, the Finding Market-Based and Local Solutions to Ensure Access to Housing Act. Again, H.R. 4956, I'd like you all to take a look at. This bill codifies President Trump's executive order establishing a White House Council on eliminating regulatory barriers to affordable housing. The order recognizes that multiple factors contribute to the affordable housing shortages across the country, and state and local governments are in the best position to reduce barriers to affordable housing. Mr. Hendrix, in your experience, do you believe that there are local regulatory barriers that are driving out investment and driving up unaffordability in the housing market? And do you have any specific examples, sir, of these barriers in any states?
Unfortunately, there are far too many states where local regulatory barriers are standing in the way of more housing being built. I think that the coastal states are often the most egregious examples, but those are also the places where we see the most opportunity for reform, and we're actually seeing reforms. Places that are upzoning their cities and upzoning their states. We've seen that in California, we've seen that in Oregon, and we're even seeing progress in Massachusetts as well with the Governor Charlie Baker. That kind of progress is something that we can't nationalize. We don't know what happens in each and every corner. There's no one-size-fits-all solution to reforming our housing markets. But the localities do know best, and they also know that housing markets differ from place to place. So what works perhaps for San Francisco may work very different for San Angelo. And we need to be reinforcing that and sharing information between localities so that they can learn best practices for reform.
You referenced zoning a little earlier. What changes would you propose to the local zoning and regulatory structure to promote affordability and availability of housing at all income sectors of the community?
So because every locality is different and every state is different, it may look different, but it starts with incremental progress, taking neighborhoods where there's demand for more than just a single-family home and making it easier to build duplexes, triplexes, backyard apartments, again, where there's demand. This is not about demolishing what needn't be demolished. This is about saying if there's demand, if people are demanding to live in a certain neighborhood and there's no supply to meet them, we should free up that supply.
Localities across the country are trying to address affordable housing by implementing something called rent control. New York recently passed one of the most comprehensive laws we've ever seen in this country. Economists of all stripes agree that rent control can be very counterproductive. Mr. Hendrix, in the brief amount of time that I have left, what can be done to make housing more affordable and stopping failed policies like rent control from being implemented?
Rent control comes from a real desire to address housing needs, but as a Swedish socialist economist said, the only thing more destructive to a city than bombing is rent control. And I think we've seen that over time. And it often is most harmful to future renters and newcomers. That's where the cost is transferred. And we need to be able to have housing for migrants and immigrants, for people of all backgrounds to come in. And that is not the solution, rent control.
My time's expired. Thank you all for your testimony. I yield back.
The gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Cleaver. who is also the chair for the Subcommittee on National Security, International Development, and Monetary Policy, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and this hearing is consistent with your championing of affordable housing. Mr. Hendrix, you're saying that zoning would be a part of the solution? I was mayor of a large city in Missouri, and before that I was on the city council, chair of the zoning committee. And I'm trying to figure out what you're talking about. Can you explain it a little deeper?
Sure, of course. So zoning is essentially land use policy. It tells you what you can build, where, and how. And as you know, perhaps better than anyone, that when you say this is zoned only for a single-family home, and you say you can only build with a certain kind of setback, you can only build on a certain kind of plot of land, that dictates the shape of our cities and where we can live. And often it's, as I said, illegal to build anything but a single-family home, which means that if you're low income and you need an apartment to rent, sometimes that's impossible to find because it's illegal to build.
Okay, Houston doesn't have any zoning. It's the biggest mess in America. First of all, I still don't understand how you can solve this with zoning. I missed it. Because you can't go in and zone this is zones for low-income housing. Is that what you're talking about?
I'm saying that if there is demand for apartments, we should be able to build apartments where there is demand for it. And making incremental progress doesn't necessarily mean getting rid of zoning altogether. It means making zoning more flexible and freer.
Mm-hmm. Well, in the urban core, just about every major city, there is zoning for apartments. It already exists in any city we represent. For apartments, it's there. Now, if you try to live in Mission Hills, which is in Johnson County, the fifth richest county in the country, you can't build it. But if you come into the urban core, you can build apartments. So I don't want to be argumentative, but I'm right about this. And the other issue that I need to understand is I live in the Methodist building across the street next to the Supreme Court. I pay $2,000 a month, and it's rent controlled. And when I first lived there, when I first came into Congress, some time back now, it was racially integrated. My wife was up here in September. We walked to the Eastern Market, and we started trying to count black people and Mexicans. There's one, because they're gone. I don't know where, because this, if you go into the areas where the poor people live, that price is going up. The cost of housing. It costs $200,000 to build a house in Kansas City, Missouri. You tell me a poor person who can afford to move into a $200,000 house. Can you help me? Mr. Williams can't. On $10 an hour, $400 a week. He can't afford to live there. So I'm not. We cut off money. If you're going to build low-income housing, even if you use tax credits, you're going to have difficulty getting somebody poor to move in. Mr. Williams can't move in even if you get a subsidy in building it. And it's not just in the urban core. I'm in the process of building houses now in Marshall with the help of the governor from our state. But in Marshall, Missouri, 12,000 people, we're having difficulty building housing that is affordable. The problem is affordable housing. And the government has retreated because we start discontinuing tax credits. We did increase CDBG. We stopped the program called Urban Development Action Grants, UDAG. We are not being helpful, and I was hoping that I could get some help. I have to pay $2,000 a month, and I'm a Methodist pastor, so I thought I could get it free. But they said it was an ethical problem. I guess they're afraid they'd allow me to pray. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Posey, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Clearly, it's been established that regulatory burdens and land use restrictions drive up the cost of housing. It's been made pretty clear in every hearing, I think, that we've had so far. And home building technologies are also key to holding down the cost of housing, especially multifamily housing. Modular buildings are a particularly promising alternative to help reduce housing costs in the future. Madam Chair, we've relied on demand-side housing policies since the 60s, and no doubt some families need assistance, but we sorely need a supply side in our arsenal to fight against homelessness and the housing crisis. Recent evidence is provided by Fannie Mae in a September 2019 research report entitled Multifamily Market Commentary, September 2019. This article underscores the role of increasing housing costs, regulations, and rapidly rising land costs as problems that we need to consider. And I ask unanimous consent to enter that paper into the record.
Without objection, such is the order.
Thank you. Unless we address the supply side issue to hold or bring down housing costs, our demand side efforts can be expected to do little more than ratify continued rent increases, both for new housing and for existing housing. And so, Mr. Hendrix, you authored a great article in National Review entitled Modular Housing is Affordable Housing that lays out a case for modular housing. Could you please tell us how modular housing can contribute to addressing the housing crisis and homelessness, and what the committee can do to incentivize these contributions?
Thank you. Modular housing is basically applying the same technologies that we use to build automobiles on factories to building housing. You know, we have not improved our productivity in housing in multiple generations since the Industrial Revolution. And so being able to build housing in a factory, being able to do it quickly and efficiently for more people can be one tool to dramatically lower construction costs, which is a large part, along with regulatory costs, of why housing is so expensive. You know, we ask why housing could be $200,000 in Kansas City and could be $1 million in Boulder, Colorado, where I just was, median home price. That's because of regulation, but it's also because of construction costs. And construction costs in turn reflect the lack of labor to build housing. Modular housing should be made much easier to build. Unfortunately, again, because of standards on, say, environmental review and the difficulties in moving modular units, which are basically like Lego blocks to build houses, on site. Again, those are regulatory barriers. It's often hard to build most modular housing in most communities, and it can't be built farther away than, you know, a quick drive down the street. I think that's a real barrier that states and localities need to be looking at, because it's often state and local barriers that exist for modular housing that we need to look at.
Thank you. In your City Journal article, YIMBY, please, outlining some efforts cities are taking on a bipartisan basis to break down land use and zoning barriers that generally impede the construction of multifamily housing. Recent newspaper article points out that the state of California is considering reintroduction of a Senate Bill 50 to force municipalities to ease zoning restrictions. Could you please share with us some of your findings and address how this committee could encourage efforts to bring down rents without violating the constitutional 10th Amendment?
Localities are creatures of the state. And more often than not, it is best for local land use decisions to be made locally. But in California, there is a housing crisis, and we are often seeing bipartisan solutions to that crisis. So Democratic State Senator Scott Wiener is proposing ideas for allowing more flexibility for localities to site dense housing near high-frequency transit stops and near job centers. Again, that does not force housing. It just simply says where there's demand near transit, can we build it in a more environmentally friendly way? Can we do it such that it's much easier for especially low-income workers to be able to get to job centers? We need to have that freedom and flexibility. And it's not just in California or, say, Minneapolis, which is also a Democratic city. We're also seeing North Carolina and Texas, making it much easier to get permits across the line. And I think we need that kind of bipartisan support at the state and local level.
Thank you very much. I see my time has expired. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Perlmutter, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thank you to the panelists today for your testimony. And, you know, last summer, maybe it was 2 summers ago, I was out walking a precinct in my district in an area that, you know, has 10 units, 15 units, 20 units. And a woman came to me, or I went to her door, and she was crying when I got there and said, my rent keeps going up about $100 every 6 months. And I can't, an older woman, I can't afford this anymore, and I don't know where I'm going. And, you know, on a fixed income, and I was there, I said, okay, you know, we tried to figure out, you know, we don't have rent controls in Colorado. The market will be what the market is, and I'll get to Mr. Hendrix, and we'll talk about ideology and the intellectual approach that the Manhattan Institute takes to real people's lives in housing. But I'd like to ask a question, because we've had a strong real estate market in Colorado, and you go through zoning hearings, and people fight whether they're going to go for rezoning or not for rezoning. Ms. Jayachandran, in your testimony, you discussed the challenge of preserving affordable housing in a hot real estate market. We've seen this in the Denver area. How can this be addressed?
There are several ways that it can be addressed, most of which require investment at the federal, state, and local level. At the federal level, subsidies such as project-based Section 8, investments in CDBG and home can help preserve those affordable housing assets. Contracts like project-based Section 8 rental assistance allow an owner to take on debt and equity that can be infused in the property to renovate it and preserve and extend its affordability. Resources like CDBG and home are capital subsidies that can help renovate the properties and preserve them for the long term. And these are all older programs. We also need new solutions for today's affordable housing preservation. What a lot of people don't recognize is that project-based Section 8 was repealed in 1983. We're 20 years into the 21st century, and it's been almost 40 years since we've had rental assistance, a new rental assistance program. The appropriations, the 11-some billion dollars of appropriations that Congress appropriates for project-based Section 8 is just renewing contracts that for the most part were created before 1983 or moved over from public housing. We need new subsidy solutions.
So let me turn to Mr. Desmond and ask him a question. Said, you know, in your testimony you talk about slow wage growth, high housing costs, and lack of adequate federal funding to support housing assistance. If Congress were to fully fund housing support across the country, as has been suggested by the chairwoman, what type of effect would that have on cyclical poverty for individuals?
It would be a game changer. Families finally would receive that breath that they feel when they're paying what they should be paying for housing. They'd be able to root down in communities. Kids could go to the same school every consecutive year, build relationships with teachers and guidance counselors. Families could save. They could invest in job training classes, community college classes. It could be a massive anti-poverty and economic mobility solution.
And this question goes to all the panelists. My question is, and I'd also ask the same thing of all my colleagues here, Democrats and Republicans. When was the last time you were to a zoning hearing to increase density and to allow for affordable housing? Was it anybody done that within the last year? Okay. Anybody, how about within the last couple years? So, Mr. Hendrix, let me ask you a question, because I appreciate the sort of the intellectual approach you've taken and the ideological approach, and, you know, I'd say, sure, let's have more housing supply. Duh, that'd be easy, but it takes money, and it takes the appropriate zoning. So, when was the last time you were to a zoning hearing in the suburbs, for instance, on affordable housing to increase density and reduce the cost of an apartment house? Let's say 100, 200 units. When was the last time?
I live in Manhattan, and I know better than I know very well how expensive it is to live in Manhattan. It's far away from the suburbs, and it's very expensive.
When was the last time you were to a zoning hearing? Because I appreciate your testimony, and intellectually makes a lot of sense. Let's increase the housing supply. Let's make more affordable housing available. But when you go to those individual local zoning hearings, people say, no, I don't want any more housing here. This isn't, that's the problem. It is about politics. I yield back.
Thank you. I think you're talking about not in my backyard?
Yeah.
That's what I think you're talking about. The gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Lukemeyer, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, gentlelady. I've got an article here that was in one of the national publications this past week with regards to housing shortage and profile is the name of the op-ed. And it talks about, the first line says, politicians bemoan the lack of affordable housing, but their policies often create the problem. Look no further than Oregon, where restrictive zoning and mandates have yielded the lowest rate of residential construction in decades. Oregon's population grew by nearly 400,000 between 2010 and 2019, yet it only issued about 37% of the housing permits it would take to be able to accommodate that population growth, much less address any of the rest of the needs that they would have. And the article goes on and talks about one of the solutions that the state of Oregon's gone to was rent control, and how it's actually exacerbated the situation instead of helped it. So, Oregon probably is a lesson in what not to do versus what to do. So we have that to look at. I know, Mr. Hendrix, you talked a minute ago about, I think one of the other members talked about rent control here is kind of counterproductive, but if you'd like to make a comment on it, I'd appreciate it for just a moment.
Yeah, at best, rent control is a Band-Aid on a gaping wound in our housing market. Rent control often, at least multiple academic studies have shown that it tends to harm many of the communities it intends to help. It tends to hurt.
Exacerbates the situation.
Exacerbates the situation, makes the housing supply problem worse.
So those who live there have to pay more for the ones who receive less. I mean, it's a zero-sum game, so if you understand how, at the end of the day, the person or entity, whoever owns the building, they have X amount of dollars they've got to accumulate to be able to pay the debt on the and make it operate. If you charge less for some, others have to pay more. I mean, that's just the way that works. So with that in mind, one of the things that you've talked about at length is, and we've talked about here as a group, is with regards to all the different regulation. I've got a statistic here that says 32% of a multifamily development cost is attributable to costs associated with local, state, and federal regulation. One of the things, I think in your testimony, you talk about affirmative further fair housing rule that HUD has in place that kind of, I think it ties local regulation with regards to federal dollars. Is that a pretty good thing, or is there a way to tweak that, or should we enhance that, or what's your opinion on how we as legislators could perhaps tie some local rules and regulations to our federal dollars to make them stop some of this so that things would be more affordable?
Part of what makes CDBG so important is that it offers carrots and sticks for HUD to be able to incentivize and inform localities to reform their housing markets. Because right now, these housing markets are neither free nor fair. And so being able to say, look, we're going to provide extra scrutiny and maybe even take back some money if you're Cupertino and you're receiving CDBG funds for your sidewalks, and yet you're also keeping out everybody who's not worth anybody who's not worth millions of dollars, something's wrong about that. And so being able to tie that to actual concrete outcomes would be a positive step for HUD. Problem is right now their hands are tied. They can't connect CDBG funds and their scrutiny to the actual repeal of zoning laws. So they step back. If you look at the draft AFFH rule, they say that you could affect your zoning laws, you could not. That's because technically their hands are tied. And so that is
hands are tied by the rules that they have or by the law?
That's right, by the law.
By the law. So
That's right.
That's something we as legislators could fix, give them more flexibility with regards to how they could implement some of the laws to perhaps tie this together to be able to lower the cost of construction and make it more affordable for folks. Okay. I know that Mr. Scott didn't want to go red-blue a while ago on things, but if you've got a third of the red states that have a less homeless problem than the blue states, there's got to be something different there. Can you do you understand the question with regards to why is one group of states have a less of a homeless problem in other states? What's the difference there? Can you?
Homelessness is very complicated. There's a spectrum of homelessness requiring a spectrum of solutions, but you can't disconnect the housing markets from homelessness. You can't disconnect the lack of homes from homelessness. And the fact that someone who is poor, who is lacking shelter, finds it very difficult to access basic shelter. And meanwhile, cities like Los Angeles can pass billion-dollar-plus taxpayer measures and only after 3 years actually build an affordable units for the homeless, and each unit costs more than the market rate, costing well over $500,000 per unit. Something is clearly wrong there. And that's not an ideological point, it's a point about math.
Okay, thank you. Yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman from Washington, Mr. Heck, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And in the strongest possible terms, I express my appreciation to you for holding this hearing today on this very important subject. I thank the members of the panel for joining us. Last week, I read a column on affordable housing by a few of my favorite economists, Mark Zandi, Jared Bernstein, and Jim Parrott. And Madam Chair, I ask your permission to submit with unanimous consent.
Without objection, such is the order.
It's entitled, "The Conundrum Affordable Housing Poses for the Nation." Their problem statement is actually one that I've been pounding the desk on for about a year. Namely, we're missing millions of homes. Indeed, I had the privilege to co-chair a task force that produced this book entitled "Missing Millions of Homes" almost 2 years ago, and I would commend it to each of you for your conception. The truth of the matter is Congress got to get in the game here in some fashion in order for us to solve this, specifically closing the gap of anywhere from 5 to 10 million housing units that will be required. And that would require us doubling construction from 1 million per year to 2 million per year. And that's a heavy lift and requires a change in direction by us. Not only did the article that I submitted talk about the problem of missing millions of homes, but it also brought some solutions. And I want to mention one, which is increasing funding for the Housing Trust Fund. But before I do that, let me be very clear. Mr. Hendrix, thank you for the implicit endorsement of my YIMBY legislation, which I have co-sponsored with Congressman Hollingsworth. Yes, in my backyard. I strongly believe in that. But I also even more strongly believe that you could make those changes and change the direction at the local level. It's still not going to produce a sufficient supply of affordable housing. Now, you all know that the Housing Trust Fund was established during the financial crisis to provide money to state housing authorities to deal with this problem, to construct affordable housing. They're often in the best position to do that, the housing authorities. It gave them the flexibility they need to allocate those funds. Most housing authorities, including those in the state that I have the privilege to represent, use their investments to build more housing for low income and for seniors and for veterans, for the disabled and for individuals experiencing homelessness. Over the first 3 years of the Housing Trust Fund's existence, they spent a whopping $660 million. That's tongue-in-cheek, because of course it's not a drop in the ocean compared to the problem. So that kind of brings me to my question. About 10 years ago, legislation to fund an extension of the payroll tax cut included a 10 basis point G fee on Fannie and Freddie as a pay-for that tax cut. And it sparked a lot of criticism from both the left and the right because money was being taken from housing during a housing crisis for a purpose outside housing. Let me repeat that. Money was being taken from housing during a housing crisis for a purpose outside housing. And so advocates all over the board, from realtors to builders to lenders, they said that that was not a good idea to divert money from a housing source. And I agree. Money raised from a housing source should go back to housing. It's that simple. So this G fee is set to expire next year, 10 basis points. And we have a decision to make in the next handful of months about what's going to happen there. I'm pleased to share with you that I'm introducing legislation to continue that G fee, keep it in place, but instead direct it to the Housing Trust Fund. So money generated from housing goes into construction of housing so that America can finally begin to meet that demand. Ms. Chapple, in what little time I have left, I would be interested to know if you believe the Housing Trust Fund can and should play a material role in helping us to deal with the housing supply problem in America, especially the affordable housing supply problem.
We need to fund and expand the Housing Trust Fund, and I would be very interested to see your bill and look at the fine print to see what it does to do this, because this is clearly the way. I'm a supporter of more housing supply. I'm a supporter of upzoning. However, it takes 30 to 50 years for that new supply, market rate supply, to trickle down to extremely low-income households. So to stem the crisis, we need to do something in terms of using the Housing Trust Fund.
Thank you. I yield back, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Huizinga, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to my friend from Colorado who was asking the questions about whether anybody has been to any zoning meetings about density, I actually have. Having a family involved in construction, I'm in the middle of a 24-unit condominium project that we are building and had been looking at doing some apartments somewhere else, and I can tell you that is a real issue. You've seen a number of municipalities. I have not developed in Manhattan, so I have no idea what it's like trying to build there. But I can tell you in some of the other areas, there is that conversation talking about increasing density because there is a realization that to put in sewer and water, it's X amount per 100 feet, no matter how many people are tapping into it. And in fact, you can defray some of those costs by doing it. So there are some real conversations happening surrounding housing and what that means. And why it's important is because it all feeds into a housing stock and availability. I will also tell you that we, all of us, I'm not talking Congress, I'm talking everybody in the audience as well as anybody who's watching and listening to all this, we're all responsible too. Expectations have changed. If you look at, there was just a study done, if you look at what the square foot per person being built today versus what it had been even 20 years ago, much less 50 years ago, it's a completely different ballgame. And so societal expectations have changed as well. And that too also feeds into that affordability and that cost. I do want to get to a couple of other issues here. And Mr. Hendrix, you had talked a little bit about this $500,000 per unit in some of the affordable housing. I have done a little research on this. Reno, Nevada has a 1,000 homes in 120 days project is what they've been trying to do. And what they're doing is they are suspending their development fees, which also, by the way, increase costs for developers and builders and all those people trying to create that, and allowing them to have a different payment schedule. That is a start. But I'm really curious on if you can address maybe sort of that market price and somehow subsidies have really, frankly, an unintended effect on actual prices. If you could quickly touch on that.
Yeah, you see a lot of promises and plans for more affordable housing by localities, and it's been consistently underwhelming, often for the production of affordable housing, whether it's publicly provided, whether it's privately provided, and often the reasons are the same. It's because the same barriers affecting all types of housing across most communities exists. And, you know, I think that contributes. You know, I was just in Boulder, Colorado, where they have a 1% cap on new housing permits, and every new accessory dwelling unit has to be approved by your neighbors and has to go through an extensive environmental review process. That adds significant.
And I think I don't think anybody wants to. Well, few people actually want to have additional greenfield development. A lot of people would love to do brownfield redevelopment, but sometimes those permits and those hurdles that are in place are very difficult. I do need to move on to some other issues. Last year, a colleague of ours, not on this committee, but Sharice Davids authored a letter with a handful of other members to all the House committee chairs, demanding that when we consider new spending bills, that, quote, each committee's legislation is funded with responsible pay-fors that are considered early in the legislative process. Do you agree that these members were correct to demand that new spending bills have an offset?
I have to look at the specifics on that. That's a great question.
Well, I think in general, I think that's probably a pretty good idea. We do have 4 pieces of legislation that have been noticed with this hearing, and I don't believe any of the bills contained offsets to pay for the more than $114 billion in new federal spending on housing. So it seems to me that we better have a part of this conversation how we are going to pay for this on the federal government side, in addition to whether this is the right and effective direction of where to go. We all need to make sure that housing is more affordable and approachable. Just simply having the government trying to do it is not going to get us there. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman from California, Mr. Sherman, who is also the chair for the Subcommittee on Investor Protection, Entrepreneurship, and Capital Markets, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. The rents are too damn high. We can try to deal with that by subsidizing some renters. We can try to do that by building some government-owned buildings. But ultimately, the private sector is going to house most of Americans, and we cannot repeal the law of supply and demand. We need to see more apartment buildings built. As Mr. Perlmutter points out, the big problem is NIMBYism, and it's going to be very hard for us at the federal level to step in and override local land use planning decisions. Although I do commend Mr. Hecht for his YIMBY bill and for the Build More Housing Near Transit Act. And we can push local governments in the right direction through both of those. The question is, what can we do to encourage construction? We have a low-income housing tax credit, but that's another committee, so I won't ask too much about that. Our committee has been very involved in the financing of single-family housing through the GSEs. Ms. Chappelle, what can we do on the mortgage cost side to incentivize the construction of affordable multifamily housing? Would it be helpful for Fannie and Freddie to expand their involvement in construction loans for both new and rehabilitation of multifamily housing? And would it make sense, given the risk, to focus any new policy on those places with excessively high rents?
So to get to the last part of your question, thank you. I do think we need to think about our low-cost and high-cost markets quite differently. We can't have a one-size-fits-all solution. Fannie Mae, in particular, what I've done work with Fannie Mae on is liberalizing regulations in order to help homeowners build accessory dwelling units. So there's a lot of work that can be done on single-family lots where we can be adding extra housing units.
It's my understanding that Fannie and Freddie don't do construction loans per se. Should they be doing or guaranteeing construction loans in high-cost areas?
Oh, absolutely. There are just not enough products available, and so Fannie Mae's capital could really make some of these construction projects happen.
So we need units that will pencil out, and obviously if your construction loan is at a lower rate of interest, more will pencil out. We also have the Airbnb phenomenon. My city has adopted a rule, be hard to enforce, that you can't rent out your home or apartment for more than 120 days. Ms. Chapple, what do we do to keep rental units available for people who live there rather than turn them into short-term rentals?
The Airbnb bans have been controversial. Airbnb rentals in low-income communities often provide income for low-income homeowners and help them stay in place. So instead of
But as a
regulating-
low-income homeowner, you're probably not renting out your whole unit for 120
Right,
days.
you're renting
Yes.
out a room, right?
room,
But
yes.
what cities can do is use a transit occupancy tax to make sure that the city gets some revenue out of that, and then channel those tax revenues into the housing trust fund.
Does anyone else have a comment on the Airbnb phenomenon reducing homes? And I draw a big distinction between renting out a unit where the owner lives there, or is, you know, and a unit where the owner does not, or whoever's doing the renting, whether it's a subtenancy or otherwise. It's one thing to rent out a room that may not reduce the amount of rental stock. It's another thing to have a dozen apartment buildings all Airbnb'd. Mr. Hendrix.
I would just add that it's an important point that something like at least half of those who rent apartments on Airbnb, rent out their units on Airbnb, say that it helps them stay in their neighborhood. And I think we can't forget that those who...
My focus is not on you live in 2 bedrooms and down the hall you're renting something out. That obviously helps somebody stay. I'll yield back.
The gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Barr, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. And this hearing really takes me back to my Economics 201 class at the University of Virginia. I remember Professor Ken Elzinga, who wrote this great fiction book based on basic economic principles called The Fatal Equilibrium. And in those lessons, he taught us supply and demand. And while there are complexities for sure in the housing market, at its core, housing affordability or price is just a function of limited supply and high demand. Demand is not going away for housing. So the solution is really basic economics. If there is an increase in supply while demand remains the same, prices tend to fall to a lower equilibrium price. So we need more supply for sure. Mr. Hendrix, in your written testimony, you state that naturally affordable housing, including shared housing, garage apartments, and manufactured housing, are important housing sources for millions of Americans, and that regulatory burdens sometimes stand in the way of individuals accessing these options. I have long been a supporter of manufactured housing and preserving access to credit for low and moderate income consumers who are seeking to buy a manufactured home. And here's why. Manufactured housing is the largest form of unsubsidized housing in the United States. Nationwide, more than 22 million people live in manufactured homes, and the average price is significantly lower than site-built homes in similar areas. Given the financial benefits of owning a manufactured home versus the limitations that come with renting an apartment or buying a condo or some other site-built home, how can we more successfully integrate manufactured housing as a solution to housing affordability challenges, given that supply and demand assessment?
As Congressman Sherman said, we can't repeal the laws of supply and demand. What we can do is repeal the laws that prevent manufactured homes from being placed in communities. It's actually quite hard to find a place within, the zoning laws as they are currently written in most communities where you can build manufactured homes, where you can site them. Many neighbors don't want that kind of low-income housing, and that's a tragedy. I think that we need to make it much freer for us to be able to accommodate that essential form of low-income housing.
Another lesson of basic economics is what you subsidize is what you get. And throwing more money, unfortunately, like this Ending Homelessness Act, $13 billion to subsidized high-cost housing means that we're going to get more high-cost housing. I think what we need to focus on, instead of these policies like Housing First, is to look at whether or not that kind of a policy has a positive track record of successfully transitioning homeless individuals into permanent housing. And if you look at the model, it's just a failed model. It doesn't do that. Simply guaranteeing housing isn't always the answer. So, Mr. Hendrix, what role can supportive services like job training, financial literacy, and substance abuse treatment play in successfully transitioning people out of homelessness and into permanent, non-subsidized housing, as opposed to just throwing money at higher cost housing?
You know, housing first, I believe, should not be housing alone, because those who are homeless for a variety of reasons. Every story is unique. And providing those essential supportive services is critical between someone potentially living on the streets or going in and out of shelters and having a place to call home. I think that it's inconclusive after decades of housing first, whether or not housing first has actually succeeded. I think what we've seen is that it has worked for some people, but we need more solutions. Yes, we need more housing, but we need more services being provided based on, for instance, if someone is severely mentally ill, being providing services.
Exactly, and I don't think I don't think housing first is actually caring for people when you disregard the underlying causes of why those folks are struggling. You know, there are reasons why people find themselves in difficult situations. It's either a lack of education, it's sometimes mental illness, sometimes it's just bad luck, but sometimes it's substance abuse and other issues. Housing first denies people of the services that they need, and we need to meet people where they are. Final question for you, Mr. Hendrix. In my home state of Kentucky, we have a great organization that partners with community banks called Hope Kentucky. It's an organization that pools and aggregates loans from the private sector. What role do you think that these partnerships between the private sector and the government can play in terms of bringing to bear private capital to help housing affordability?
They're very important. I look forward to learning more. Yes.
Thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, who is also the chair for the Subcommittee on Consumer Protection and Financial Institutions, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Waters, for holding this important hearing and for all of the witnesses for being here today. I've read the written testimony of Mr. Williams, and I wanted to acknowledge Mr. Williams. I know that his son, Jalen, is in the audience, and I want to say, Jalen, you should be very proud of your dad for continuing to fight and being an advocate for individuals. And I just salute you, sir, for your resilience and continuing to fight to make sure that things are better. Let me also start by saying that I do not believe in simple narratives around the issue of housing. There's no one-size-fits-all solution. Your geographical area may have may play a role in it, but housing is one of the most important and under-discussed issues at the national level. As a nation, we are facing an array of serious housing issues. Homelessness is on the rise because of skyrocketing housing costs and underinvestment in anti-homeless programs. Public housing facilities, where I grew up in, I'm a child and a product of public housing, are crumbling in cities across the country, including where I grew up in New York. People are being thrown out of their apartments without the right to counsel. Young people are burdened by student debt, cannot buy homes, and, for example, black home ownership rate is down nearly 10 percentage points over the last 15 years. This multitude of problems call for a multitude of solutions. We need to dramatically bolster and improve existing public housing. Localities must strengthen tenant protections against eviction, and Congress should provide additional funding for renters facing eviction so they can seek counsel, and it does not have to cost them even more money, as took place in Mr. Williams' situation, and thereby giving them less money so that they can save and try to keep for their own, to try to pay their rent, given his scenario in trying to improve himself. We need to take a housing-first approach to homelessness. Fannie and Freddie must be maintained as a government backstop for mortgage-backed securities, as the GSEs are crucial for helping particularly black and brown people achieve the dream of home ownership, which helps people create wealth. So I'm also housing and creating wealth is something that's very important. And for most folks, like my parents, The money that they put into a home was the greatest investment that they ever made. They scrapped those little dollars and they put them together, and that probably why I can still sit here today. But we also need to build more housing. This will allow lower rents and housing costs, thereby increasing home ownership rates for millennials and people of color, while decreasing homelessness. I applaud the work of each and every one of you do in trying to make sure that we resolve issues and promote better policies in regards to housing. Now, my question would be first to Ms. Jayachandran. The Trump administration has proposed to zero out critical HUD and USDA housing programs, such as the Community Development Block Grant program. The administration's plan would also punish expensive cities like New York City, precisely where funds are the most needed and most valuable. From a development perspective, why are these funds important to maintaining the current affordable housing stock and increasing the supply of affordable housing, particularly in gentrifying neighborhoods?
The reality is that in many high-cost cities, the cost of developing an affordable housing unit is more than the value of the unit based upon an affordable rent. What that means is that the private developer doesn't necessarily have the economic motivation to pay for the full cost of the building and needs investment from other sources, including government. One of those sources that has been a stalwart in helping the creation and preservation of affordable housing has been CDBG, as well as home dollars. Those have been critical long-term resources that have created and preserved most of the affordable housing stock that we have in the U.S. today.
Thank you very much. And real quick, Professor Desmond, can you speak about eviction-related issues, and what have you found over the course of your research, and what do you believe are some changes that we should be doing here in Congress to make sure renters get crucial protections?
One thing Congress could consider is expanding emergency assistance. Our research shows that 1/3 of evictions in America take place for less than a month's worth of rent. This means that in Massachusetts, for example, 1 in 10 evictions are for less than $600. In Virginia, 1 in 10 evictions are for less than $335. This means that small interventions of cash could go a long way to stabilizing families.
Thank you. My time has expired. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Tipton, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and appreciate you holding this hearing today. Interesting conversation. I come out of Colorado and happen to represent a rural area of Colorado. But Mr. Hendrix, I thought it was interesting when you were citing Boulder as an example, limiting the amount of construction that's going to be going on in Boulder, a very prosperous area. We see that in a number of our resort communities as well, where prices, in fact, it's actually been encouraged locally to be able to try and drive up those prices for the cost of land and then the corresponding costs. Was just down in Glenwood Springs not long ago and visiting with a couple of builders who were putting in some low-cost housing. They'd cited in Glenwood Springs, this happens to be pretty expensive, $380,000 to be able to build a facility there. So I guess really my question, as I'm listening to the conversation that's going on, a lot of the real impacts that we have in terms of being able to deliver affordable housing is actually back to the state and the local level as opposed to the federal level. And we talked about the community block development grants that are going in. If we were to be able to say, we're going to tie those dollars from the federal end, you've got to be able to put in affordable housing. Is that going to help in an area like Boulder, or are they just going to say, look, we've already limited the growth, we just don't want it. We don't want those lower income people here.
Boulder can and often has said exactly that. And CDBG funds often don't involve, for some communities, a terribly large amount of money relative to their budget, and especially relative to the wealth of the community. So it's much easier for wealthy communities to just deny new housing, deny new residents, and deny funding.
Well, one area, Madam Chair, we're going to be talking about the Community Reinvestment Act.
before long in this committee. We're going to have some proposed rules that are going to be put out by the OCC. And one of the criticisms of the current CRA regulations is they were last revised under President Clinton in the mid-90s, and banks were able to lend to high-income borrowers into low to moderate income communities and receive a credit for CA obligations. Under the new proposed rule that's coming out of the OCC, you're going to actually have to tie those dollars to low to moderate income people to be able to receive that credit. Is that maybe one of the tools that the federal government can actually legitimately work with to be able to drive some resources back into the communities?
Traditionally, that has been true. I look forward to reading that. I think that's a terrific question. It's very important.
Great. Well, Madam Chair, again, I appreciate you holding this hearing. Mr. Williams, incredibly compelling story, and you should be proud of yourself as well as your son. I think a lot of our goal, and one of the concerns that I have, is when we do look at perhaps some of the subsidization that may be going in, are we just continuing the problem, or are we going to be solving actually the problem? And to be able to open up the door to make sure that we've got proper regulation at the state and local levels, which they are going to have to deal with, and the incentives out of the federal end to be able to address something that impacts every one of our states. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. The gentlewoman from Ohio, Mrs. Beatty, who is also the chair for the Subcommittee on Diversity and Inclusion, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. And let me say to all of the witnesses today, thank you for being here. First, I'd like to make a comment, Mr. Williams, to you. I can't imagine what's going through your mind now as you're sitting there, but I want to say thank you for sharing your story. And certainly it confirms for most of us, or should, why we are here. And it made me proud that a few years ago when I got here, I'm a very family-oriented person, so I said to my team, let's talk about family unification. And we were able to get $20 million in the family unification program, and money had not been in there since 2010. And we were able to put more money. Not enough, but your story will help me and hopefully help all of us. And let me end with this. I want to take this time to say more than thank you. But what you did today for Jalen made all the difference. And let me tell you how I know. Madam Chairwoman, when I left this seat, I went and spent the last 22 minutes with your son. And it was the best 22 minutes that I could have ever invested in housing and family. I took him to my office and showed him pictures of African-American men and family who've had the same story as you shared today, including my story, when my father's house burned down with all his brothers and sisters in it, and they found themselves homeless. And I looked at him and said, but I'm sitting here in the United States Congress. And then he took a picture in my office, and he beamed. But here's what's so important, Mr. Williams. He looked up at me and he said, my dad's a hero. And that's the message he's taking back home. And that's the message I want you to have. And I want to say thank you. Now, let me move to you, Ms. Chapple. Back in August, I held a community conversation with some 400 constituents in my 3rd congressional district. And what overwhelmingly and alarmingly we heard was the whole issue of gentrification. And in your testimony, you focused on how it can affect affordable housing, specifically in rental housing. But let me just tell you what we heard for seniors and retirees who own their home, that they have trouble keeping up with it because of the increased property tax. And specifically, our county treasurer, Cheryl Brooks Sullivan, told us that nearly 30% of the foreclosures in our county were from people not paying their property taxes. those constituents shared there that it was because of gentrification that they weren't able, because people would come in and increase home values in new homes and folks with more disposable income, and here they had been in their home for 30 or 40 years and their property tax went up. Can you briefly discuss the effects on our elderly and our retirees as it relates to gentrification?
Thank you so much for raising that point. In California, we have Prop 13, so homeowners are not displaced. But this is a critical issue, and in the East Coast, in New Jersey, in Ohio, in Austin, Texas, there's some attempt to pass new legislation that can help keep low-income property owners, many of them seniors, in place by mitigating or adjusting those property tax increases. So I would urge your constituents to look at that.
Okay. Thank you. And Mr. Desmond, I want to thank you for being here, and I want to thank you for the writings in your book, Evicted. I've been carrying it around all day. My team is reading it. And to you, Mr. Williams, there are some compelling stories in here, so you're not alone, that Mr. Desmond has shared with us, not only that it happens, but how we as legislators and members of Congress can help. So, Mr. Desmond, can you quickly discuss the importance of providing emergency assistance before a family ends up like Mr. Williams?
Sure. The importance is for a lot of families, it doesn't take a huge emergency or a big crisis to push them toward eviction. Some very small change in their incomes can do it, or a very small increase in rents can be the thing that's separating a home from homelessness. We know studies have shown that it's actually cheaper to invest in emergency assistance than to bear the cost downstream that we're currently paying for our large tolerance of residential instability.
Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams, is recognized for 5 minutes for your testimony.
Thank you,
Your
Madam
questions,
Chairman.
rather.
I'd also like to say to you, Mr. Williams, your testimony was very powerful, very memorable, and the bottom line is you did a good job. We up here always want to talk about how good a job we do. You did a really good job. And I'm proud for you. And I live in Texas. You should come to Texas, actually. I also represent Austin, Texas, in full disclosure, portion of it. The chairwoman has taken a keen interest in homelessness and many affordable housing issues. And during this time, we have consistently heard that the housing supply isn't keeping up with the demand. And Mr. Hendrix, you in your testimony end with a fantastic line. It says, we cannot legislate the laws of supply and demand. We've talked about that today. But together we can help America's housing market become more free and fair. And I completely agree with that. Making markets freer could greatly help with affordable housing. And we don't need to look any further than right here in Washington, D.C. to see how increased capital investment transformed a previously impoverished part of town than what the Nationals Park did for Southeast D.C. As new developments moved into the area, the property values for local residents went through the roof. Residential and commercial property value increased from $1.15 billion to $2.65 billion from 2008 to 2018. For the residents who did not sell, they were able to reap the benefits of the now transformed area. I've had many members of Congress, frankly, come up to me and say they would never go down to that part of town before all the development came. An article in the Washington Post titled Ballpark Boomtown interviewed a longtime resident of Southwest D.C., Andy Litsky, who was against the construction of the stadium in 2005. However, the article states that a decade after Nationals Park opened, he has changed his mind about the project. He's quoted as saying, we are in the area where the cranes rise. Nats Park has been a tremendous boon to the region and the city and even to our neighborhoods. I personally agree with Mr. Litsky and think that the ballpark did a measurable good to the area that now supports more than double the number of residents than before all the development began. So my question, and also we see many cities across America spending millions of dollars to try to expand economic opportunities for their citizens and to bring in that kind of revitalization. So my question to you, Mr. Hendrix, is to elaborate on the differences between cities who say gentrification is a major problem as versus the ones that are trying to bring in these new investments.
there needn't be a tension here, but what often happens is when new residents come to town, especially if they're wealthier, if they're from outside, and they bring in money, but there's no housing stock for them to buy up, to rent, they often have lower quality housing stock that they then pursue. And that's often the same kind of housing stock that poor, low-income residents have been living in. And so the fears of displacement become very real for many communities. That's why we need more housing of all types. That also includes luxury and market rate housing to be able to soak up that kind of demand. Because if people can stay in their communities if they so desire, what we call gentrification also has another flip side of bringing in more opportunity, more jobs.
Well, like we've seen here in D.C.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Gentrification is caused by simple economics, and according to the principle of supply and demand, which we've talked a lot about today, if there were enough housing to keep up with rising demand, rents and house prices would stay relatively low. Unfortunately, as we've heard many times in front of this committee, throughout the Congress, state and local regulations account for, and we've heard today, 30% of the cost of these new developments. If we do not address the root causes that make building new housing units so expensive, then we would be delaying this problem until it will ultimately need further federal government to keep propping up the system. So my question to you, Ms. Jayachandran, is what would you recommend we do here in Congress to incentivize localities to change their policies and allow more housing units to be built other than CDBG funds?
Good question, and we agree with most of the policies that Mr. Hendrix has proposed, agree that increasing supply is important, lowering barriers, local barriers. I think the one thing that we would add is that alone doesn't address current affordable housing challenges for renters that are currently struggling, and it needs to be coupled with investment in vouchers, investment in capital subsidies to create more affordable housing, investment in rental assistance contracts. To your point about what can we do to incentivize more local lowering barriers, things like AFFH, the affirmatively furthering fair housing rule, can help communities by requiring, in conjunction with local or federal investment, that they create a plan that includes lowering barriers to affordable housing. There can be things like there was from the Department of Education, the Race to the Top, to competitions that encourage and motivate cities to adopt inclusive policies. There can be policies that encourage, in conjunction with investments in federal transportation, that transportation has to come with investments in housing.
Give my time back.
Thank you very much. The gentleman from Pennsylvania, the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Dean, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and I thank all of you for your testimony here today. And I'm delighted we're talking about this. It is because of this chairwoman and many other advocates that we're talking about this extraordinarily important issue. Just so you can sort of understand where I'm from, I represent suburban Philadelphia, or a piece of suburban Philadelphia, Montgomery County out into Berks County. And before I came here, I was 6.5 years a state representative. We participated in data collection on homelessness, point-in-time counting. And so I wanted to ask first, Ms. Chapple, you about that. How do we get the best data on who is actually experiencing homelessness at a moment? I was always skeptical of our count. We would count in, I hope I'm not misstating it, but we counted in January. A member of my office participated in it, and then again in June. And yet we knew of other people who were not being counted on the street because we knew that they slept in a car in a Walmart or other places where they were unseen. So I'm worried about data collection as I see some counties talking about homelessness on the decrease. Can you speak to what are the best practices? How do we actually find out and know who is homeless at any one time?
Data is a huge problem, as you point out. I'm glad you raised it, and we do these yearly point-in-time surveys. It's not enough. to really track it. One model that I really appreciate is work done at the California Policy Lab, which has developed a predictive model for homelessness by using administrative data sets from many different agencies in Los Angeles County. We have many homeless sign up for services at different agencies. We don't typically look across agencies to see where they are. We could be using this data much more effectively to track people, to predict where homelessness is going to happen, and to prevent it before it does.
And I am proud of our Montgomery County for trying to put together cross-agency coordination of data information and just understand who is out there and who's on the street and in need. Mr. Desmond, I was struck by some of your testimony. I wanted to ask you to flesh it out a little more in light of a bill that I've co-introduced with Representative Stivers, Turner, and Bass, and it's the Fostering Stable Housing Opportunities Act. That has passed on suspension out of the House and would extend the current voucher system by providing vouchers on demand to foster youth as they begin to age out of the system who are at risk of homelessness, allowing them to get a housing voucher without waiting on a waiting list, which is an absurdity. We can see they're coming into our communities and population. What are the obstacles for vulnerable populations like foster youth and other vulnerable populations to achieve assistance?
The biggest obstacle is the waiting list. The biggest obstacle is if they aren't provided help now, then what they are going to face is paying 60, 70% of their income to housing costs. We can build more housing. We can rezone our cities, but that's not going to help the foster youth today.
Correct.
And we're bleeding out. We need the help today.
I appreciate that. Mr. Williams, I'm a big believer that authentic stories inspire, and yours is certainly an authentic story, and you brought your son here today. You both can be very proud. I'm proud of both of you, even though I have no right. But I'm glad you brought us your story because maybe it'll inspire us in Congress in a bipartisan way to address some of the cracks in the system, some major cracks in the system. I was struck by what you wrote in your testimony about the speed with which this all came tumbling down. Could you speak to that a little more? Because I think many of us don't understand that many people are perhaps 1 month rent away, one loss of a job away from suddenly losing everything.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I think I'm all cried out, so I'm going to try to keep it simple.
You won't be alone.
I'm going to try to keep it brief. Everything happened, if I understand correctly, on that day, the event in question. Everything happened. My whole life was up. That day, I'll never forget, like I said, everything happened within hours, literally. Waking up from knowing that the night before you've done all you've can, and knowing that when that knock comes on the door, it's cut and dry. It's court ordered. It's you get your stuff, and your whole life is pretty much upside down at that point. And the most compelling thing that will always stick in my mind and in my family's mind is, how do you get all this back, and how do you lose it so fast? I can sit here all day and tell you the things that I've lost. I've lost. As I'm not wearing my wedding ring. That's one of the things I've lost. Hopefully, my wife doesn't kick me out the house for that. And my wedding pictures, and just your life is all turned upside down.
Thank you very much. As I said, I hope your story and the story of millions of others inspires us to invest in housing.
Thank you. The gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Waters. Appreciate you holding this hearing. It's been a compelling panel. Thank each of you for taking time to come to Congress and share your views on this important topic. And certainly this issue of cost is a major issue. I'm blessed to represent Central Arkansas, Little Rock, Arkansas, the capital of that of our state. And obviously, it's nice to be in a more moderately priced area, and it allows people up and down the income curve to have more choice, and that this is such a burden in our expensive urban areas. All of us up here, I think, on both sides of the aisle, see those differences, understand those differences, and I think the strategies to tackle that have to be different too, and there's not one answer. I was particularly compelled, Mr. Williams, by your concerns about, as you saw it coming, you saw this eviction coming, and the lack of help you saw beyond your family of dodging it. How do I, compensate for this? And I've really been proud of one of the main members of our team in Little Rock, the Our House shelter, that goes out preemptively working with families, even landlords, the whole network in the city to get ahead of eviction, particularly for families. And Our House has been doing this for 3 decades. They've done it really well. And to provide that, so you don't go to that motel option that you did. It was so expensive. And then, as you say, the application fees of trying to get back into housing. So thank you for bringing that story to us so that we know what you went through with your family. And when you have good wraparound services and a good team effort, I think in a community you can tackle so much of this, particularly, as I say, in a place that's blessed with lower cost alternatives. For example, in Metro Little Rock, $100,000 house, a 3-2 house is $100,000. You're talking $740 a month. So Roger Williams can recruit for Texas all he wants, but I love Richmond and I love Virginia, but we welcome you to come check out opportunities in Arkansas as well. And also St. Francis House does a lot of temporary work in Little Rock, and we go there routinely with our veterans organizations. And we ran into a constituent at St. Francis House. He was a veteran, he was homeless, and he hadn't filed his income taxes in 8 years. And he was afraid. He thought, well, God, that can't be possibly anything good will come of that. And my team helped him. He filed his returns. He got actually money back after he filed those returns, and he's now out of St. Francis House and able to get a place of his own. And this is the kind of work that we have to do, I think, collectively in each of our cities. Mr. Hendrix, with those affordability challenges like we've talked about, particularly in California, New York, big states like that, it's interesting to me that so many are proposing new levels of rent control. Do you think that, I understand the logic in that to some degree, but doesn't rent control produce fewer units? Tell me what the economics of rent control are.
Most studies have shown that rent control tends to hurt housing supply. So if the problem...
Why is that? Why does it do that?
Because it reduces, for one reason, the returns for those who are going to invest in the property in the first place. So if they know that they're going to be making much less money on their property in order to invest in the first place, to maintain it, to build new properties, that's a serious disinvestment to create new units over time.
Okay.
It also ensures that those who are locked into units tend to stay in units. So if your priority in policy is housing stability, rent control is certainly part of that, but for the winners, for the housing lottery winners, it can do that.
Thank you.
But at the same time, it means that people who are mismatched for their units, family that is stuck in a small unit, they may be stuck there far longer than they should.
Thank you. Let me switch subject, Ms. Jayachandran. I'd love for you to get back to me with your role as CEO at the Housing Trust and help me look at strategies for city land bank situations. In Little Rock, we have such a challenge in taking lots and land bank properties and get them back to productive use. One is the title issue, chasing titles for those properties. And secondly, trying to get them in a block where you incent a builder to come into an urban area and have some economies of scale. Could you follow up with me? Maybe we could meet and talk about strategies you've seen 6 cities take that would make that successful.
I would be happy to. Mr. Williams talked about the area around the baseball stadium. In D.C., we have something called the Douglas Community Land Trust, which is trying to preserve affordability in a booming area through, to a certain degree, land banking, and my organization has contributed a project to that land bank.
Thank you, and thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. The gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Garcia, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and sincere thanks to all of the panelists that are here today, especially Mr. Williams for sharing his most difficult tribulations, being one of the homeless families in our country. I want to talk about gentrification and displacement, as the district that I represent is experiencing that. It is estimated that 1 in 3 low-income households in Chicago lack access to affordable housing. The lack of affordable housing is driving displacement, which has been particularly severe in the Logan Square neighborhood in Chicago, which is in my district, where over the past 15 years, we've seen 20,000 Latino residents and 10,000 African Americans having to move to other parts of the city or suburban communities. Ms. Chapple, you spoke about the neighborhoods like Logan Square when you first testified that many low-income neighborhoods are experiencing disinvestment, where landlords disinvest in their property and or displace tenants in order to make way for profitable reinvestment later. Especially after the 2008 financial crisis, we've seen Wall Street investors engaging in speculation, in some cases holding vacant property that could be used for housing while they wait for the neighborhood to gentrify. Ms. Chapple, can you elaborate on this practice? What tax or housing policies might be considered to curb speculation and prioritize funding for affordable housing?
Thank you for raising this super important issue. Speculation is rampant in core neighborhoods like Logan Square, which I'm familiar with, and it's going to take active monitoring of these properties. And in some cities, they're unfortunately not in this country. My best example is from Vancouver, which has passed an anti-speculation tax. And there are ways in the real estate transfer tax or other tax mechanisms to make sure that that outsiders or second home purchasers or LLCs are guarded against. And we will have to actually create a speculation watch list, as New York City has done, as HPD in New York does, where we can actually catch this before it happens, because early intervention.
And pardon me, in this vein, in recent years, the private equity firm Blackstone has become the largest landlord in the country. And a housing expert at the UN last year accused Blackstone of making the housing crisis worse, including through aggressive evictions. Meanwhile, the so-called opportunity zones, created a part of President Trump's 2017 tax overhaul, appears to incentivize Wall Street's investment in gentrifying neighborhoods rather than in affordable housing. The National Community Reinvestment Coalition estimates that 70% of gentrified neighborhoods are within or next to an opportunity zone. So my question is, does this tax policy make gentrification and displacement worse?
Absolutely. I think we need to look at where we're designating opportunity zones and make sure that this is not in at-risk places that we're going to change anyways. So let's make sure that those investments go to the disinvested neighborhoods that need it most.
And one of the greatest drivers of gentrification throughout the country has been driven by unchecked and unguided transit-oriented development. Chicago's an example. Around public transportation, market incentives drive developers to cater towards an affluent clientele when it actually works against working-class families who need access to public transit the most. That's why I'm working on legislation to promote equitable transit-oriented development. We want to marry the silos of transportation and housing to address these issues. Can any of the panelists speak to this challenge and describe how federal policy can best encourage the development of dense, affordable housing near transit? I warn you, you have 17 seconds.
federal funding for transportation comes down through our MPOs, so we need to have carrots and sticks like we used to in the A85 circular used to provide. You have to plan for housing around transit. You won't get your money, otherwise not.
Anyone else, real quickly? I think that was the last word. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Loudermilk, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, everyone here, for being here today. This is one thing I think that you see everyone here identifies. We have a problem in the United States, but some of us differ, and it's just not on a partisan basis. You've heard some of my colleagues on the other side talk about you can't fight against the market powers, and it's true. I think we may differ a little bit on what are the solutions, because I don't think it's a one-size-fits-all solution. It varies between different communities. Let me speak about Bartow County, Georgia. This is my home county. Bartow County, Georgia was significantly impacted during the financial crisis. Our unemployment rate was around 10%. It was bad. We actually saw a decline in housing, but not in multifamily housing, because a lot of people who were losing their homes were moving into apartments. Some were moving in with their family members. But it created a little bit of a crisis in the multifamily environment there. I know this because my son and his new wife were looking for an apartment around that time, and now my daughter and son-in-law are in an apartment, and they've seen the prices of those apartments continue to go up. I was meeting with one of the new manufacturers in our county. Now, we have the same problem when it comes to housing, but a different catalyst. Bartow County today has the lowest unemployment rate that it's had in the history of the county. It's around 3.5%. I was meeting with one of the manufacturers, and I said, what is the biggest issue you have? And I was expecting tariffs, I was expecting other issues like that, and they said, no, it's the lack of starter homes for our employees, because they are starting employees at an increased wage. These are factory line workers who, by their income, would still be able to buy a $175,000 home, which there were in our area. Right now, if a home comes on the market for, let's say, $165,000, it's literally sold in minutes for more than the asking price. But a $250,000 to $300,000 home is sitting out there for a year or more, and usually when it does sell, sells for less. So what's happened is all of these new employees are forced into the apartments because there aren't enough starter homes, and they would love to be able to buy these homes. So we have the same problem, but it's created by a different force. One was the lack of a strong economy. Now it's a strong economy. So what has made the difference, and we're looking to go in the same direction that happened during the crisis, is the faith-based community, nonprofits, charities all came together working with the government for a solution. For instance, during the financial crisis, churches started opening up their fellowship halls for temporary housing for those who had lost their homes. And working, my daughter's on one of the boards for one of the charities, my son-in-law's on the homeless shelter, and they worked very well together. What we're seeing right now is a culmination of things is that the developers aren't developing some of the property because of regulation, because of the cost involved. But what they're looking, we actually have the faith community has come together again, so how can we address this? Is by building starter homes, which would free up some of the pressure that's on the multifamily living, as well as opening up more of those. And they're even looking at developing a nonprofit to buy property to build some homes to actually sell those homes. So I think in our case, it's really a local issue. Mr. Hendrix, what I keep hearing, though, is the regulatory cost of actually building the affordable housing. What are some of these costs that developers are facing that's holding them back?
Well, I'll mention one that I haven't talked about before because it actually had a solution being found in Georgia right now. So there's a startup called PadSplit operating around the Atlanta, Georgia area saying, we have so many large homes, say 5-bedroom homes, what if we could turn them into 5-unit apartments, essentially? The problem that they face is unrelated persons laws, saying that we, the locality, are going to define what a family is. We're going to define who can live together. And they're saying, no, we need to be able to allow persons who are not related to one another to live together, take homes that are larger than ever before in our history and turn them into more places and more apartments for young families, for people just starting out. That kind of like starter home approach, we need more of that, and we need to reduce the regulatory barriers to them.
I mean, that's a good point. As I mentioned earlier, those more expensive homes in our area, $250,000 to $300,000 homes, a pretty good-sized home in rural Georgia, right? And this is just outside of Metro Atlanta. That's a perfect example. I think when it comes to the zoning issues we're having with some areas, it's public pressure from the local communities that make a difference. But thank you all for what you're doing, and I yield back.
Thank you. The gentlewoman from Iowa, Ms. Acne, is recognized for 5 minutes.
It's been a while. Thank you, Chairwoman, and thank you to the witnesses for being here. Mr. Williams, I do want to say how sorry I am to hear about your story, and it's really sad in what you've gone through, and I want to thank you and Professor Desmond for all that you do to bring a light to the struggles that Americans are facing. So thank you so much for sharing that, and thank you for both of your help when it comes to that. We shouldn't have a point in this country where folks are trying to figure out if they're going to put food on the table or keep a roof over their head, and that's why we're all here today. Professor Desmond, I know that as part of your research for Evicted, you lived in a mobile home park. As a matter of fact, I lived outside of Milwaukee for a little bit, so it was neat to see that. I just met with my constituents, and one of them is about to pay 70% more from his income for the rent for his site in his manufactured housing community. Does that sound like some of the stories that you've heard where people are just going to all of a sudden have to pay 50, 60, 70% more than what they were paying?
Sure. When I lived in the mobile home park, I met a grandma who was paying over 70% of her income to rent a mobile home that was literally condemned by the city. I met people working 2 or 3 jobs whose most of their money was not going to their kids, but going to the utility company and their property owner.
And you mentioned, the whole diocese mentioned some things earlier during your testimony, but what kind of long-term effects then does this cause?
What we know is that the big losers of the housing crisis are the kids. When families are spending more than 30% of their income on housing costs, they don't buy enough food for their kids, they don't invest in after-school activities. Their kids are really the ones that lose out. We have a study that shows that having kids actually increases your risk of eviction, not decreases it.
Thank you for that. Just so you know, if you haven't heard, in Iowa, we've had a company called Haven Park Capital recently purchase 7 manufactured housing communities, and again, coming in and jacking up the land rent rates up to 70%. In your research, is this kind of activity in manufactured housing something you've seen broadly? We just mentioned that it leads to possible evictions, but how broadly are you seeing an issue like this?
Manufacturing housing is a decent source, a big source in America for naturally occurring affordable housing. Often what we're seeing in America is that those properties are being bought out and cleared out, though, and are at risk of displacement, just like other older housing stock.
Thank you for that. I wanted to see what we could do to hopefully prevent this, and fortunately we've got a lot of opportunity here in Financial Services Committee to help with this issue. So last week I introduced the Manufactured Housing Community Preservation Act to provide grants for folks to be able to purchase and preserve those manufactured housing communities. And what it would do is essentially allow up to $1 million in grants for nonprofits, for the homeowners themselves to pool together and try and buy the property themselves, for the state or local entities to also make that happen. But it also allows the MHC as an affordable housing unit to maintain itself and then limit those rent increases from going up, because HUD would be involved in making sure that that doesn't happen. I would ask you and Ms. Jayachandran, I don't know if this will solve every problem. I know we have a lot more solutions out there, but I'm wondering what your thoughts are on this kind of policy by giving folks who might not have an opportunity to purchase their own land or have a nonprofit or some type of entity help them. How do you see this fitting into the whole opportunity for manufactured housing and giving people some opportunity to stay in those communities?
We would support that in large part thanks to Mr. Desmond's book. My organization, NHT, has been searching and looking for opportunities to purchase manufactured home communities. We're supportive of communities where residents have the chance to purchase their own pads, but that's not a solution for everyone, and we think that another parallel solution are mission-based owners like nonprofits who are going to keep the site-level rent affordable, invest in the properties, unlike some of the owners in Evicted, and would welcome support to help us purchase a community.
Well, wonderful. We'll have to get together and learn about some of those investment companies so we can see who might be good players in the system. I appreciate that. Mr. Desmond, did you have anything to add?
I think that the people I met when I lived in a mobile home park bought into the idea of an American dream. They wanted a piece, they wanted a home, and they recognized deeply that everyone needs a stable, affordable home. So by any means that we can deliver that, I think people would be eager.
Appreciate that. Is there anybody else that would like to add to this conversation, Ms. Chapple?
So in the city of Palo Alto actually bought a mobile home park that was under risk of displacement. So I would encourage these funds to come down to cities.
Have you seen any of the outcomes as a result of that?
Oh, absolutely. It stabilized that area and allowed the kids to keep going to school in Palo Alto, the best school district in the state.
Wonderful. Well, very, very good. Thank you so much. Mr. Hendrix, did you have something to add? Okay, well, thank you so much. I appreciate it. We'll continue to work on this issue together.
Thank you. The gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Davidson, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you to our guests, our panel. Unfortunately, it looks like Mr. Williams needed to leave. About 2.5 hours into it, I'm impressed with his son. His endurance is pretty good for his age. Hopefully, you guys are still laser focused on helping solve this problem. And I think that it's a common misconception that the United States somehow doesn't care about this problem, or that only one party in America cares about the problem. I mean, the reality is, collectively, the United States spends about $900 billion a year on a social safety net. So it's really disappointing when you see someone like Mr. Williams come in here and you say, in spite of over 90 means-tested programs, these are just the means-tested programs, these aren't things you're made to buy like Social Security or Medicare, but just means-tested programs. In spite of $900 billion spent every year, over 90 programs, you have people that fall through that safety net, and it doesn't work. So for that reason, I've created a bill called the People Care Act, which would make the program person-centered. It would give 4 Republicans and 4 Democrats 1.5 years to work together, and they could revise the programs. They couldn't cut any spending. They couldn't launch new programs. And you say, well, why would you even do it? Well, you could do things like a lot of people run into in our federal housing programs, which are benefit cliffs. Benefit cliffs often lead to people staying trapped in that net or staying at risk of losing the housing that they do have because they take an extra job or a promotion, and in the long run, it doesn't work out. So we have to deal with that. Congress has been persistently unable to deal with that. It's not that we lack the will. Apparently, the committee structure or the way, there's always an excuse, right? But it's certainly not that we don't spend enough money, $900 billion a year. So an extra 1.3% on this isn't really the thing that's going to tip it over. Suddenly, if we spend $13 billion, all the ills in our federal programs will be cured. I think the reality is it's structural. So, Mr. Hendrix, perhaps you could highlight why you like direct payments to individuals versus direct transfers to massive government bureaucracies.
Because I trust people to make decisions for what's best for their lives. Giving them freedom and flexibility about where they live, the type of living arrangements they want, I think that's part of what it means to being supported and being people-centered in the kind of support that we offer individuals. I think that people-centered housing support means that we aren't reinforcing patterns of segregation, that we are helping encourage people to move to places of opportunity, and that we're not disincentivizing good work if you're able-bodied.
Yeah, thank you for that. And I like that you mentioned reinforcing segregation because, frankly, the history of federal housing programs is, frankly, full of overt racism. I mean, the programs were launched during the FDR era. They were launched and sustained in the 60s. And that's fueled whole redlining programs that the private sector has piled onto. Even today, the persistence of this has been hard to break. And so individuals, to me, seem more empowered to be able to choose and just sidestep that. And so, Mr. Williams, welcome back. We were talking earlier about, in spite of the fact that our nation spends over $900 billion a year on a social safety net, unfortunately, there are people like you. So thanks for coming and giving a face to that, because there are people in every one of our congressional districts that, in spite of the well-intentioned efforts to run these programs, that don't benefit from them in the way that they're intended to. So normally what happens is Congress doesn't actually go back and figure out, well, gee, why did that fail? Why did it break? We had over 90 programs. We don't actually get rid of any of the programs, or generally we don't even really redesign the existing programs. Kind of just like today, we're going to debate launching a new one, right? So they all failed, so instead of doing that, let's launch another one. We don't go back and do it. So my passion is to get this committee going, and also to find some Democratic co-sponsors. Chairwoman Waters would be a great one, for example, that would move this bill in a bipartisan way. We would have 4 Republicans, 4 Democrats. They'd get a year and a half to work together to redesign our whole safety net. So you wouldn't just do one program at a time. You could go holistically and apply one standard to make sure we don't have benefit cliffs, so that if you take a job making more money, or you finish your degree and you get another job, you're not going to run into, well, if I take this, I might lose some sort of benefit. And we could redesign it so there are on-ramps and off-ramps. I hope we can get this done, and it'll benefit families like yours. God bless you. Thanks for being here today, and thank you all for your expertise on the subject.
The gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and I'd like to thank all of our witnesses here for testifying today. Mr. Williams, specifically, I want to thank you for your powerful testimony, and thank you for bringing your son. And if your son was here, I would thank your son, too, for supporting his dad. You know, I wish that we could talk to you, Mr. Williams, and say that your story is an anomaly, but it's normal. And increasingly, it's the new normal. 2 years ago, I was waitressing in a restaurant, and I know what it's like to come back to your house, and if you can afford that rent, to be scared if your lights will be on when you get home, and a whole, bevy of other issues. Let alone you have 3 children. You said all of them have asthma?
Yes, ma'am.
All 3 of your children have asthma?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm sure that comes with healthcare costs as well, right?
Yes, ma'am.
That's rent in and of itself.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm sure the quality of the housing stock or where you've been able to be in your life has impacted and triggered their asthma from time to time as well, isn't that
Yes,
right?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So, Mr. Williams, I have a question. Did you ever try to look for affordable housing, quote unquote affordable housing, just to find that it's not actually affordable at all?
Yes, ma'am. Several times we tried to go the affordable housing.
And what were some of the rents that you saw that were called quote unquote affordable housing?
Anywhere from $800 to $1,600.
$1,600 a month.
Yes, ma'am.
So if you're making $10 an hour, that's not affordable whatsoever, correct?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. So let's get real, because we see this a lot in New York City as well. You came to Virginia by way of Jersey, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm sure you know a lot of what we're dealing with in Jersey and as well as New York City. And a lot of what gets deemed as affordable housing is not affordable. And it ends up being part of sometimes a strategy of larger displacement, in that these developers get tax breaks, they build what's affordable, but a lot of what we hear around here is that if we just build more, no matter what, things will get better, right? But in New York City, there are 3 empty apartments for every 1 person experiencing homelessness. That is wrong. And so while it's not to say that we shouldn't build more, there should always be kind of a rejuvenation of our housing stock. It's to say that that is not the end-all, be-all solution. It's not just about supply and demand, because there's a lot of things breaking these those laws. So there's two things. While there are people that say there's nothing that we can do, there's two things that I think we can do. One, let's talk about affordable median income. Dr. Chapple, in densely populated cities where high and extremely low income households can be found within blocks of each other, right? Like in the Bronx, we have one of the lowest income congressional districts in the country, right next to one of the richest zip codes in the country. So when something like that happens, affordability gets distorted because we peg to metrics like the area median income. So we take by the average income of anyone in a 10-mile radius. Well, when that includes some of the richest people in the country, if not the world, what gets deemed as affordable can distort that. Isn't that correct?
Absolutely. We're giving affordability. Median incomes are 120,000, and that means if you make 50,000, you're not able to get enough people qualified.
So what do you think would be some possible policy solutions that we could consider on the issue of AMIs?
Well, we need to look at HUD fair market levels, and we need to stay on top of that and make sure that we're continually adjusting the HUD levels. We need to look at affordability, continually revisit based on the 30%, 50%, 80%. Many of our programs are catering towards certain income streams, particularly 50 to 80, whereas the 30% AMI and below are very poorly served.
Thank you. And further, in expensive housing markets like New York, where many units are built by developers, will go empty tonight. In fact, I have an article here saying that 1 in 4 New York City luxury apartments will go is unsold, currently unsold. Families will be checking into shelters tonight, and others will be sleeping in the cold. Opportunity zones created by the 2017 Republican tax bill, unsurprisingly, was another area of a tax giveaway to the rich. In fact, last year, the Association of Home Builders testified that, quote, the private market is largely unable to develop, operate, maintain rental housing affordable to lowest income households. Ms. Jayachandran, would you agree with that statement, with what you've seen?
Thank you.
Yes.
The gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Budd, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and again, thank you to our witnesses for being here this morning, or afternoon now. So I certainly want to agree with the majority that homelessness is a real issue facing individuals and families. What I find confusing, however, is that we have several pieces of legislation up for discussion today, but that not a single one of them would actually help increase the supply of private sector built affordable housing. So it's unclear to me if temporary assistance programs, vouchers, or studies, however well-intentioned they may be, are a complete solution when the supply of housing is not growing to meet greater demand and higher populations of renters looking for a place to live. And if we're to take an honest look at where homelessness oftentimes begins, it's with broken families, poor financial habits, and with addiction. So I'm a co-sponsor of H.R. 3077, the Affordable Housing Tax Credit Improvement Act. Because this legislation would increase the housing credit by 50%. In fact, just yesterday, I cut the ribbon at Moxville Point Apartments in Davie County in North Carolina, and 66 new apartment homes had been built for working families, affordable homes, because of this tax credit. So increasing this credit is one of the keys to increasing the stock of affordable housing in the market, and the housing credit has been an effective market-based approach to addressing affordable housing and homelessness for over 30 years since it was enacted during the Reagan administration. This 50% expansion of the credit would help construct an additional 14,000 or more affordable homes in North Carolina over the next decade. And over the course of the program, over nearly 5,500 affordable homes have benefited North Carolina 13, my district. So, Ms. Jayachandran, can you address the underlying supply issue here as it relates to homelessness and housing insecurity? And how can market-based solutions like the housing credit help?
Thank you for your sponsorship of the Affordable Housing Tax Credit Improvement Act. We support that bill and are huge fans of the low-income housing tax credit. Our real estate development platform frequently uses the low-income housing tax credit to both preserve affordable housing and create new housing, and we support the expansion of the program. As you note, it's been almost alone the single biggest driver of new affordable housing production since it was enacted in 1986, and the only shortcoming of the program is that it hasn't kept pace with the increase in folks who need affordable housing. So thank you for that. We also do support the HR 5187 and would argue that it too creates and motivates new affordable housing that the private sector can leverage. The investment in the Housing Trust Fund, the investment in CDBG, the Capital Magnet Fund, all do translate to new sources of capital for affordable housing production. So I think, many people and groups, including the Bipartisan Policy Commission, note that tackling the affordable housing crisis is going to take a multi-pronged solution. Affordable housing, low-income housing tax credits are certainly one, but it's going to take all sorts of solutions, including new capital investments, new vouchers, new rental assistance contracts that can all be leveraged by the private sector for new debt, new equity that finances new units.
Good, thank you very much. And Mr. Hendrix, any additional thoughts there on how market-based solutions like housing credit or other solutions could help?
Market-based solutions are important for solving this housing crisis. We cannot solve it without more housing. And every new house that's built is essentially a layer cake of financing, and adding in more layers to make more projects pencil out is best, especially if we can leverage nonprofits, faith-based institutions. This is something that we believe is very important.
Very good. Thank you all for your time. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentlewoman from New York, Mrs. Maloney, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
I want to thank the chair lady and all my colleagues and the panelists. This is a critically important issue. It's a lot of great information, and our nation undoubtedly, it is facing a housing crisis in New York City. There's a crisis too, an enormous one with very unique challenges. Many of our citizens are paying a third of their income in rent. Many more are paying over half their income in rent, and this leaves very little money for anything else. In New York, it has become almost impossible to find affordable and available housing. So this hearing is very relevant, and we need more affordable units. I am a strong supporter of the low-income housing tax credit, which has helped us put up housing. But just as important as putting up housing is helping people like Mr. Williams stay in their homes. If you have an affordable place, we need to do everything to help them be able to stay there. And in cities like New York, some landlords are just beyond belief in their cruelty. I've worked with tenants where they've turned the heat off for months, forcing them out of their homes. I've worked with tenants where they were firebombed out of their homes, and this is despicable. And I want to ask first Mr. Williams and then Professor Desmond, reacting to this, how do we react to this on a federal level? Obviously, on the local level, there's enforcement, but what can we do on a federal level to stop this outrageous, cruel, disgraceful, greedy behavior? And I'd like to first ask you, Mr. Williams, when you mentioned in your testimony that you were charged thousands of dollars for filling out a form, and then they told you, oh, by the way, you're not eligible. I think at the very least, we could put legislation out there and pass it that says you don't do that to people. You determine whether or not they are eligible before you charge them anything. I think that's an outrageous abuse. Are there other abuses that you think we might be able to address, Mr. Williams? And thank you for your really meaningful and insightful testimony.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, that was one of the issues that we had incurred, that there's no systematic if you will, no systematic policy or rule in place to say that when you go to apply for a housing unit, that they will tell you that, well, there's a security deposit, but what they don't tell you is if you qualify or you don't. So they can promise you all the nuts and crannies of everything, and there's been several times we've gotten to the doorstep of several affordable housing units only to be told 2 or 3 days later, well, Mr. and Mrs. Williams, Mr. and Mr. Williams, you didn't qualify. So now the question now becomes, what I have been forthcoming with, now what do I do to supplement that money that I just given you? When if I feel as though if there's a policy in place that if a family or resident doesn't pre-qualify, there should be something given back, because you don't know what that family or individual has to do with that money. Because plenty of times, like I said, we've lost thousands of dollars. One particular time, I actually had to go into my kids' college savings, and only to be told that we didn't pre-qualify.
That's terrible.
Yes, ma'am.
We can change that. I'm going to put a bill in on that. Professor Desmond, what do you think?
I have 2 suggestions. One, the Fair Housing Act covers evictions. The data suggests that evictions have a disparate impact on low-income communities of color, and particularly women. The national data show that African-American women have eviction filing rates that are twice as high as white women renters. So the federal government can act to enforce the FHA when it comes to the eviction crisis. Second, we can do a better job of identifying who is responsible for most evictions in a city like New York. Many times landlords that are doing the evicting, we don't know who those people are because they're behind LLCs or other companies. We can do a better job of bringing transparency so we can know which property owners are promoting stability and which property owners are the biggest evictors in a city.
May I get 1 second back on the LLC bill that we passed? You hit something very true, and we have been working, the chairlady and myself, to pass a bill that would allow law enforcement and others to see who owns these LLCs. It was mentioned earlier that a lot of them are vacant, but we're having difficulty passing. There's a huge pushback on it.
The
It's
gentleman
very
from
relevant.
Ohio,
Thank you.
Mr. Gonzalez, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to all of our panelists here today. Mr. Williams, I want to start with you and just thank you for your testimony. What you did for your son and your family was very powerful, and it was courageous. I've been a member for just over 1 year, and I can say without question that your testimony was the most powerful testimony that I've heard as a member of Congress, and I can't imagine the struggle and what all you have been through. There are families all over the country that you're never going to meet, won't know your name, but they're going to benefit from what you did today, and I think you can be proud. And so I just want to thank you for that. Shifting to some of the legislation we've been asked to consider, one bill is the Eviction Crisis Act, and it was mentioned in a variety of the testimonies. I mean, it's designed to step in and provide protections specifically for folks in your situation, Mr. Williams, both leading into the eviction process, but also, on the back end when you're coming out of it. And so my first question is to you, in the immediate buildup, so like the weeks and days prior to the eviction, what sort of services existed in your community? What sorts of organizations that you were aware of that were trying to help keep you in your home, or did they not exist?
Some of the steps that went into play, a lot of it is a lot of nonprofit organizations.
Okay.
A lot of churches, Department of Social Services, but they too only can, with the capacity that they have met their full capacity. Churches work on donations and people giving back, and so we were reaching out to a whole slew of organizations from Salvation Army, a lot of nonprofit organizations. And I'll share just one tidbit information if I can get it in.
Yep.
I particularly remember as I'm sitting here, I went online, and there was this, what I've come now to realize was a scam. There was a certain agency, I can't think of the name, went on the internet, that they stop evictions. Called this guy up, spoke to this guy, gave this guy $300 to stop the eviction. Well, needless to say, that there are certain people out there that prey on people that are desperate or that's in this situation. I gave them the $300 only to find out it was a whole scam or whatever.
Did you report that to anybody? I am certain that we.
I did, but unfortunately it went nowhere.
Okay.
It was kind of like when I reported it to the local authorities, hey, you should have, I actually was told, you should have known better.
Wow.
So, yes, sir.
Well, we'll follow up after this hearing and see if we can help on that front. That's insane. Now I want to shift to sort of the back end. So now you're trying to get back into a home, and you told a compelling story about you're applying and you're putting money down and not getting it back and things like that. What sort of feedback were you getting from the landlords as to why you were getting turned down?
Well, the number one thing is what I've been told, 3 things, and I kind of call it like the sandwich, if you will.
Yep.
The first layer of why we were getting turned around was the eviction. So that's the bottom layer of your sandwich, right? So now the meat of it is your credit, okay? So that's the second layer. So now we're looking for the topping on this. I was told by several different agencies that we had to meet 6 times, whatever the monthly rent was for the housing unit. So when they go to look at all of the criterias, it's neither the eviction, you X'd off, you're neither evicted, or not even eviction, your credit, or you don't meet the monthly 2 to 3, 4, 5, 6, and I was even told that shouldn't have even been.
Yeah.
But that's how it was going.
Thank you. And one thing I'll say before yielding the back, I think there's a lot in the Eviction Crisis Act that would help and would be useful. I don't know that it addresses everything that you're talking about. I don't know that it's a perfect solution, and there probably isn't one, right? Or else I might not be here. But I do want to thank you again for your testimony and for all the work being done on this issue. I yield back.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Adams, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and for convening today's hearing. And to all the witnesses, thank you very much for being here today. Dr. Chapple, while there are obvious benefits to mixed-income neighborhoods, including lower poverty rates, deconcentration of poverty, and increased economic opportunity, it can also create negative consequences. Gentrification can result in increased demand for housing, which can raise housing costs and lead to the pricing out and displacement of longtime residents. My question is how can local communities better empower their most vulnerable residents when it comes to weathering the changes that come along with gentrification, and are there any communities doing things well or implementing effective strategies?
You mentioned mixed-income communities, and we went through an experiment in this country with Hope 6 redevelopment into mixed-income communities, and around many of those Hope 6 redevelopments, actually gentrification happened, folks got displaced, and communities transformed themselves. So we really, when we're doing these redevelopments, we really need to think about the chain of events that we're setting into motion, and we need to think early about how we can acquire land, acquire multifamily buildings, keep them perpetually affordable as the neighborhood changes around them.
Okay, in terms of the federal government, what role can the federal government play in collecting and disseminating best practices for communities that experience gentrification to help prevent displacement in these communities?
There are many different anti-displacement policies that could be used. One of the things about displacement is it takes very different forums in high-cost versus low-cost communities, so you can't just pass down a menu to each places. So what I would recommend is that the federal government encourage municipalities to innovate with best practices that have been shown to work in other places, like acquiring multifamily apartment buildings to keep them stable.
Great, thank you. Professor Dr. Desmond, thank you for your commitment to shedding light on our national affordable housing crisis and peeling back the layers of how evictions and gentrifications impact our communities. And according to your 2018 study, in my district of Charlotte, North Carolina, the eviction rate is 6.15%, almost double compared to other peer cities in our state and around our country, Raleigh and Nashville. Out of 100 cities, Charlotte ranked 21st and has a rate above the national average. So at the time the study came out, you stated that you haven't studied why Charlotte's eviction rate is higher than comparable cities, but you said that the South in general appears to have higher eviction rates. So have you had an opportunity to study this rate difference, and do you have any idea of what might be going on here?
We've begun looking into the issue. We need to do more to understand who is doing the evicting. It reminds me of a line from the novel There, where there's a scene where someone's describing suicide on Native American reservations, and they say these kids are jumping out of the burning building and we think the problem is they're jumping. We need to understand better who set the fire. We've also looked into what laws work, and they do seem to make a difference. So when evictions are more costly and they take longer, property owners tend to use eviction court less than they do when it's cheap and efficient.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Jayachandran, what are the greatest challenges that you face when trying to preserve affordable housing in gentrifying communities?
The resources to do it. In gentrifying communities, often the prices are higher as a result of the economic boom, and in order to be able to purchase that building and renovate it, you have to meet the market price. We believe in the market and market dynamics, but it requires coming up with the funds, the same funds that somebody who might want to make it condominiums would have to come up with. It's hard to do that when we're going to maintain the rents affordably, because we're not going to be able to repay a high cost of capital. So cobbling together sources of capital to keep a property affordable is the biggest challenge.
Great. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman Waters, and thank you to all the panelists for being here today. And Mr. Williams, particular thanks to you for being here. As I look out at the other panelists, and not to take anything away from any of them, but I suspect you're the only one who, at some level, it's not part of your job to be here. So I commend you for taking time to be here and present your story today. I know that I have said this before, but it bears repeating. With so many federal programs, I think we focus too much on the quantity of our inputs rather than on the quality of the outcomes. I respectfully disagree with some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle who have stated that the only way to solve this problem is with a huge injection of federal funding. Subsidizing the payment for affordable housing does not reduce the price or cost of housing. Indeed, it almost certainly increases the price. In fact, housing in states with restrictive zoning and land use rules tends to cost more. Federal taxpayers are, in essence, being expected to subsidize burdensome and bad local policies. We need solutions that solve the problem, not temporary fixes that mask it. One of the biggest drivers of housing unaffordability is a shortage of housing. Mr. Hendrix, some of this committee might argue that building more housing will not help low-income Americans since newer housing tends to be more expensive. Are you able to provide any information about how increasing the supply of housing helps at all income levels?
There's evidence from communities across this country that when you do add new housing supply, at some point, the housing does become more affordable. Now, the question is, are we actually loosening enough restrictions in enough places? And the answer is no. So the examples that we have are not frequent enough. We need more examples of more housing supply, being freed up. We need to streamline permits. We need to loosen zoning restrictions, and that is going to happen at the state and local level. I think that there's examples, perhaps best of all, from Texas. There is one instance where Austin and closer to downtown did loosen some restrictions that allowed more housing development, and rents did flatline for a time. Of course, the problem is when you just touch areas closer to downtown and you don't address the suburbs, you don't address some of the wealthier neighborhoods, often you do get those fears of displacement and gentrification affecting poorer neighborhoods where the housing that could have gone into wealthier or higher opportunity neighborhoods now just is forced into poorer neighborhoods or neighborhoods with less opportunity.
Thank you. Ms. Jayachandran, you highlight a specific case in your testimony, the Meridian manner in which the National Housing Trust used low-income housing tax credits, or LIHTC. According to the Tennessee Housing Development Agency, THDA, only 1 of every 3 LIHTC applications can be fulfilled in Tennessee. That is why, like Representative Budd, I am a co-sponsor of H.R. 3077, the Affordable Housing Credit Improvement Act of 2019, to increase the credit by 50%. Ms. Jayachandran, can you explain further and further address the importance of expanding the overall supply of housing and how a solution like increasing the housing credit would be helpful to address homelessness?
Sure. As I mentioned earlier, we are supporters of the Affordable Housing Tax Credit Improvement Act, and thank you for your sponsorship. The low-income housing tax credit, since it was enacted in 1986, has been one of the largest drivers of affordable housing production in this country, and one of the largest motivators for new construction as well as preservation. To your point from Tennessee, the credit has not kept pace with the need since it was enacted in 1986, but for the expansion that happened last year, the bill sponsored by Senator Cantwell, the program hadn't been expanded since its initial enactment. Since then, obviously, we've seen population growth and we've seen an increased need for affordable housing. The low-income housing tax credit helps create and preserve scarce affordable housing units that can be used for formerly homeless. New units are needed. We just are not keeping abreast of increases in population.
Thank you. As some of my colleagues have already stated here today, we should be doing more to lower barriers to housing construction at all levels of government, local, state, and federal. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you. The gentlewoman from California, Ms. Porter, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I am the first single parent of young children to serve in the Congress, and I want to state for the record that my family is not broken. We are a strong and cohesive family that loves and cares for each other. In my district, the Orange County United Way has created a cross-sector public-private partnership that's called Welcome Home Orange County, and it encourages rental property owners to accept HUD housing vouchers. And HUD officials have commented at the regional level that they would like to see this public-private partnership model used as a template for national expansion. Basically, what it does is provide financial assurance and damage mitigation funds to landlords and provide support services, including help with assisting with furniture and additional financial stability tools to potential renters. Mr. Williams, would a program like Welcome Home Orange County have potentially helped you avoid wasting thousands of dollars in application fees and hundreds of hours spent identifying and applying for apartments?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Hendrix, I hear you absolutely on the need for increasing housing supplies and for zoning revisions. This is an all-approach need. But I want to ask you specifically, do you think a public-private partnership like what I described could be a useful tool that would benefit both property owners by encouraging them to accept HUD housing choice vouchers and also that would also be of assistance to potential residents?
I'm very much in favor of public-private partnerships, and this seems like an encouraging model, and I'd love to learn more.
Thank you. HUD officials emphasized in my district that they are using Welcome Home Orange County in partnership with United Way, particularly to help children who are about to age out of foster care programs and are therefore at very high risk of becoming homeless. HUD has a new program called Foster Youth to Independence that is providing housing choice vouchers to those aging out of foster care. And Orange County is one of 11 counties, only 11 counties across the country that has received these Foster Youth to Independence vouchers in the initial phase of this program. And it's been so far extremely successful, and it's a very necessary program. Mr. Desmond, I read Evicted. I've had the opportunity to hear you speak when I was a professor on my university campus. Your work is a piece of outstanding scholarship. You talk about displacement and the effect of eviction on a lot of different kinds of individuals. Could you speak to the need for a housing support program for young people like foster children who are about to be living on their own for the first time?
On any given day in America, there are about 400,000 children in foster care. These are some of our most vulnerable children, and we have a choice. When they age out of foster care, we can send them into poverty and eviction and homelessness, or we can send them into stability and economic mobility. And so expanding the opportunity for these young people to start off with a platform that allows them to reach their full potential seems to make a lot of sense to me.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you very much. They've called votes on the floor. We're going to take as many as we can before we have to leave. I would ask the panel if they would take a break. There are 3 votes on the floor, and we'll return, 2 votes on the floor, and we'll return as quickly as we possibly can. The gentleman from Wisconsin, Mrs. Dowell, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Thank you for calling today's important hearing. I think my colleague, Ms. Porter, actually brought up a spectacular point as it relates to foster children. And I'd like to return to that probably at a future point in time. That is a spectacular point that you make. I'd like to dive in. I've also read Evicted, and compliments of the Library of Congress. I have a copy at my desk. The examination that you did, in particular at the one site at the College Mobile Home Park, borders my district. College Avenue is the division between Congresswoman Gwen Moore's district, the city of Milwaukee, and the city of Oak Creek on the south side of that street. Very interesting work in readership, and very interesting to read. One part that I found probably the most interesting of all was in your research, which seemed a bit counterintuitive at first, which is the difference in pricing between lower quality housing stock and really in the scale of Milwaukee, not that far away, nicer neighborhoods, nicer housing stock, and the delta between those 2 price points was not as large as you might think off of an economics 101 back of the envelope supply and demand. Could you comment? You commented a few times in the book what you saw driving that disparity.
This is a very important point. So if you rent a 2-bedroom apartment in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, at the median rent, you're going to pay about $650 a month. If you rent that same apartment in the poorest city, the poorest neighborhood in that city, you're going to be paying about $600 a month. You get a lot worse housing, you get a neighborhood that's completely different, and you don't pay that much less for it. And so the idea that a lot of folks are living in disadvantaged communities because they can only afford to isn't exactly borne out by the data.
And so do you see that if we, say, increase supply in the city of Milwaukee, would you be able to drive down those prices? Because back of the envelope, kind of economics 101, you would think that would be the case. Some of your research points out that that might not be the case.
Cities like Milwaukee do not lack housing supply. Neither does Tucson, Arizona, or Toledo, Ohio. There are places that have experienced surge in rents that have enough supply. And so for those cities, it's not exactly a question of just building more housing, and that there would be obviously, we'll see kind of a reduction in rent. Something else is going on besides the supply and demand dynamic.
Thank you. Mr. Hendrix, can I jump over to you? How would you respond to that? Because I think that's an interesting argument here as we look towards a supply-side solution to drive down these costs. How do you kind of accommodate that disparity that we saw in Mr. Desmond's research?
So he is not wrong that there are different housing markets across the country. So some areas do have a severe mismatch between supply and demand. Mm-hmm. Others don't. Others have too much housing, not too little. The challenge is, number one, in places where there is more demand and less supply, making sure that they can fall in line together. In places where there's actually a lot of housing stock, we need to make sure that, number one, if it is close to job centers, that it remains affordable. Number two, that there's a variety of housing types. So sometimes the housing stock that is available is a mismatch with the housing stock that is actually needed. And that those who want to be able to access affordable housing could actually be able to access it. And I think he's absolutely right.
It's an interesting dichotomy because I think we definitely see that play out in some of our larger cities in the United States. But as you look towards communities in the greater Milwaukee area and southeast Wisconsin, it's a different dynamic that plays out. And I think this is where sometimes the affordable tax credits come into play for adding in quality housing stock that becomes affordable in these communities. I just thought it was a really interesting point you brought up. Ms. Chapple, if I can, earlier on you were referencing work building tiny houses. Do you recall what city that was in?
That's in Alameda County, outside of Oakland.
Okay, outside of Oakland. And so the area that you were doing that in, would you be able to build those tiny houses elsewhere in that county on the private side, or would you be blocked from zoning regulations for building houses such as this tiny house, but for an exemption in the zoning laws that maybe existed in this county in California?
So guess what? Even that project that Alameda County is doing, the only hurdle they've hit is the zoning, and so they're working on that and having. But there's a need for reforming local codes to make these types of dwellings possible.
I think that's a really good point as we look as to what the local government organizations can do to play a role in trying to drive down the cost of new housing stock. I appreciate everyone being here, and Chairwoman, I appreciate you holding today's hearing. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you so much for teaching all of us so much about our homeless neighbors across the country and the nation, and our the importance of trying to address it head on with a sense of urgency. I so appreciate your leadership. Mr. Williams, I hope and urge my colleagues in this committee to really read your testimony that you submitted to this committee. I think Kelly and your 3 children, including Jalen, who, by the way, yes, we're members of Congress, but many of us are big sisters, grandmothers, mothers, myself, and he has been very spoiled back there. I think I saw him chugging a bag of Skittles, and he has framed pictures with him and Congresswoman Joyce Beatty already in a bag. He has some T-shirts. I think he has, been. You probably have a free daycare here in this committee forever. So thank you so much for your courage to give your testimony, and thank you, Mr. Desmond, for helping put a human face to what is happening across the country with folks getting displaced. What I wanted to talk about is I want to lead with compassion when I look at these issues, and Housing First approach has been supported by Republican administration and Democratic administrations in the past. It is the way forward. And understanding we need to provide homes. I mean, looking at your testimony and seeing that your mother-in-law getting sick, the fact that you were only offered, security guard, like the shifts only every other week, understanding that a Housing First approach would have helped you get the wraparound services you need to stabilize in that way. Let me talk to all of you about what isn't working. Opportunity zones. Detroit, 13 districts strong. I have the 3rd poorest congressional district. Close to half of my residents pay 50% or 30 to probably 60% of their income towards rent. You were paying, I think, Mr. Williams, 50% of your income towards rent. And one of the things that has been promoted, they don't want to talk about Housing First and putting money towards something that actually has been working, but something like Opportunity Zone, which is very misleading. I don't know if all of you know, opportunity zones, and Madam Chair, I'd like to submit how, for the record, our article, how a tax break to help the poor went to NBA owner Dan Gilbert. I think she's accepting.
Without objection, such is the order.
Thank you. So the rationale around Opportunity Program is that it will incentivize investment in economically distressed areas. But the majority opportunity zones are either in or near gentrified neighborhoods where longtime residents are increasingly have no longer access to affordable housing. And one of the things that I am disturbed about, unlike other tax credits and programs, is what is required by those that so-called qualify. Mr. Williams, check this out. Are they required to say how many jobs they created? No. Any of you know this? You missed Chapple, right? They're not required to report back to us how many jobs are created with Opportunity Zone, correct? It's a straight up capital gain tax break. Are they required to show us how many units of affordable housing? No. How about, I don't know, is it going to be environmentally conscious projects?
No, a special effort.
No. How about how much of the capital gain, tax break will be reinvested back into the community?
No accountability.
No. And so what dangers and concerns have you seen while relying on a handful of Wall Street, Quicken Loans, Silicon Valley investors address lack of investment in affordable housing? Opportunity Zone relies on those folks to say that. Would you agree that the concerns that Opportunity Zones program could exacerbate the disappearance of affordable housing and fuel gentrification?
Yes, I'd agree.
Any of you know of communities right now that have been designated as opportunity zones that didn't actually qualify? 2 in my district. They chose 2 census tracts, which are the wealthiest in my district, wealthiest in the city of Detroit, for opportunity zones, for these tax giveaways, where poverty among children actually increased in my district in these areas. And instead, billionaire Dan Gilbert was able to sway some of the folks on the state level and even on the local level in the city administration to look the other way and illegally, I'll use that word, illegally designate these census tracts that do not meet poverty guidelines. And they get it with no accountability. I have no idea how it's going to help our communities. It's a straight up tax giveaway that isn't working. But we're gonna go ahead and criticize Housing First programs that actually do have accountability, that actually is working in communities. I strongly disagree, and I really do appreciate my chairwoman bringing this forward and having the ability to give all of you a voice. Thank you again, Mr. Williams. Thank you.
The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, who is also the chair for the Subcommittee on Oversight and Investigations, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank the witnesses for appearing. I'd like to move quickly to the area of eminent domain as the latest tool to accelerate gentrification. Generally speaking, this is what can happen. There's a new baseball stadium to be constructed. There's a need to purchase property. The municipality has to pay the worth of the property. But the worth that is paid is the worth that the property has prior to the stadium being built. Persons around the stadium who are not going to have their land taken, they will sell their land for a lot more than the persons who will make the sacrifice and sell their land. Ms. Chapple, I see you nodding. Would you kindly give some additional thoughts in terms of how this impacts gentrification?
So when redevelopment like you're describing happens, there's a windfall profit, right, that happens to properties around the area. So you may find that people are selling now, and often they have to evict their current tenants in order to sell the property. Or you'll find that in neighboring dwellings, rents are going up very quickly as the land values have increased for everybody in that area. So the landlords want to be able to make their own windfall profit.
I'm looking at legislation in this area. Are you a person that might want to have some input into such legislation?
I'd be happy to chat.
If there's anyone else who'd like to chat, I'd be honored to chat with you as well. I'm moving quickly now to another area. There seems to be the notion that we can do more for the poor with less, but that the wealthy need more to do more. I'm posing this proposition because it seems to me that there's a desire to solve all of these problems without additional funds from the federal government. So I ask, do you believe that there will have to be some additional funds from the federal government to solve these problems that we've been talking about? Are there programs that we can just eliminate to the extent that we won't need to have any additional federal dollars? Would anyone like to respond?
I agree with you that more federal investment is needed. I alluded earlier, if you take project-based Section 8 as an example, that was a program that was repealed in 1983, and the money that Congress appropriates today is just for contracts that were awarded since then. We have not created new rental assistance since 1983 for all the new families that we've minted, both through population growth and through greater income disparity. We talk about subsidy, but we really should be talking about investment. We invest in our national priorities. We invest in transportation. We invest in education. We invest in national defense. We need to invest in housing.
Anyone else?
I would add that we spend every year much more money on homeowner tax subsidies than we do on direct housing assistance to the needy. We are not in a housing crisis for lack of resources. We lack something else. The data on Housing First clearly indicates that it's a good investment. It costs less to run the program than not to invest. So a deeper investment in a Housing First model is actually a cost savings mechanism, not an extra spending mechanism.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm going to yield back since we're running short of time.
Thank you very much, and we are going to. No, we're going to get her. The gentle lady from Massachusetts, Ms. Presley, is recognized for 5 minutes, and then everybody should rush to the floor. There are no more minutes left.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our very first full committee hearing centered the homelessness epidemic, and the issue of housing has remained a priority ever since then on this committee, and I'm grateful for your leadership. We speak often of the American dream. The reality is that most experience American struggle in order to realize the American dream, which means that what is synonymous with the American experience is hardship. It is something that is transcendent. And so, Mr. Williams, I want to thank you for being here today. You, in a moment, removed the shame that millions are experiencing by so bravely sharing your story, and also are challenging the narrative because of the constant stereotyping for whom is vulnerable to eviction. When, so far as I can tell, and the data supports, this is an epidemic. And in fact, I would even consider it a moral crisis. Families are not vulnerable to eviction because they're just broken. We have broken families because of broken systems and broken promises. And I think because of a deficit of empathy. When your son Jalen said to you, "Dad, you didn't do anything wrong," he was exactly right. Because you are representative of the many admirable, honorable, hardworking people for whom life just got in the way, because hardship is transcendent. And it is now incumbent upon us to make sure that more people in the midst of that American struggle can recover in order to realize the American dream. Professor Desmond, you have rightly said that eviction isn't just a condition of poverty, it is a cause of poverty. Eviction is a direct cause of homelessness, but it also is a cause of residential instability, school, and community. However, the lack of data around this issue is stark. It seems that we are choosing to know as little about the scale of the eviction crisis as possible. We have absolved ourselves of the responsibility to act. Professor Desmond, very briefly, why does data matter?
Without data, we design policy in the dark. We do not know the size of the programs or the effect of the programs that work.
And many believe that this eviction crisis is limited to private rentals. HUD has certainly not bothered to provide evidence to the contrary, but you have, Professor Desmond. So what has your data collection shown about the reality of evictions in public housing?
By our estimates, public housing is responsible for filing about 1 out of 24 eviction filings. So if that is generalizable to our large estimate, it means that public housing authorities file about 428 evictions every day in America. We also found that public housing authorities serially evict file, which means that the same family in the same unit is filed for eviction month after month after month in many public housing authorities. According to our statistical models, living in a public housing unit actually increases your chances of being serially evicted on by about 17%.
Wow. And HUD does not use eviction rates as a tool for grading public housing authorities or PHAs, correct?
Correct.
Okay. We know eviction laws and processes vary throughout the country. Professor Desmond, what are some of the trends that you see emerging?
Housing laws are really variegated all across the United States. What we've found is that when it costs more to evict someone, landlords use eviction court less. For example, when the filing fee for an eviction is above $200, there's a 15% decrease in serial evictions in the county. When landlords who are LLCs or companies are required to hire attorneys, there's about a 30% decrease in serial evictions. Just briefly, serial evictions really matter for your bottom line. They increase a family's housing costs by about 20% because of late fees and added court fees. So it's not just the indignity of going to eviction court over and over again, it really has a financial cost as well.
Thank you, Professor Desmond. I represent the Massachusetts 7th Congressional, one of 2 states. We actually do have right to shelter laws, but when public housing tenants have faced evictions are ineligible, it simply isn't enough. That is why I've worked with advocates across my district to develop my bill, the Housing Emergencies Lifeline Program, or the HELP Act. The HELP Act includes grants for emergency housing assistance, funding for right to counsel, the development of a HUD eviction database, and changes to the credit reporting of evictions. When every 4 minutes a household faces eviction, there's no shortage of families that I believe will benefit from this legislation. Thank you.
The committee will stand in recess for 4 votes and will return as quickly as possible. Thank you. You may take a break, maybe. Some people may have. The committee will come to order. The gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Riggleman, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, for calling this hearing today. And first and foremost, I want to thank all of our witnesses for your passion on this issue and dedication towards finding a solution. And I think far too many people take for granted the fact that they have a home to sleep in, live in, spend time with their families, and especially during cold months like January, where shelter can really be the difference between life and death. And Mr. Williams, I want to let you know something. I live an hour and 15 minutes from you. I don't know if you're on the east side or west side of Richmond, or if you're in the middle of Richmond. I live right near Charlottesville, right on the west side of Charlottesville. So here's what I had asked for you today. I would hope that you would kindly take the time to have a coffee for me if I could come visit you. So I'd like to get my staff with you, and I'd like to come visit you in Richmond and have a sit-down with you. And if you want to talk one-on-one, I'd love to do that, yes, sir. If that's okay.
Yes, sir, young man.
Thank you. And thanks for calling me young man. That has not happened in years. So I think my dad calls me that sometimes. I love it. But I want to tell you a couple things that struck me. You talked about rent. I remember in 1994, I have a lot of questions here, but I just want to talk to you for a second. 1994, I was an E3 in the Air Force, and we had to live off base because they couldn't find base housing. So even with BAH, I got basic allowance for housing. I thought, I'm going to be rich, right? You know, I'm 23 years old. This check is going to be huge. And our rent was $499 a month, without utilities. And I remember we had to pay, it's 1993, I lived in New Jersey. I saw that you were from New Jersey. I was stationed at McGuire Air Force Base. 1993, we're sitting there, my wife, I have 2 kids, and we got our check after taxes. Our first check was $919. And I remember looking at my wife, and really, and I'm not trying to be vulgar, I said, honey, we're screwed, right? We can't even make our bills. At that point, we chose to go on food stamps, WIC. I got a second job as a professional mover, and it was everything we could to keep our housing. And I've never felt such terror with 2 kids as I did at that time. You're in Richmond right now, and I think when I hear these type of things, I wonder why all of us aren't in tune that there has to be a basic social safety net, because I wouldn't be sitting in Congress today if I didn't have that safety net. And in explaining that, right, even whatever side of the aisle you're on, is absolutely bizarre to tell people, like, listen, if it wasn't for food stamps, WIC, Air Force housing assistance, basic allowance for housing, all the help that we got, I couldn't afford to live anywhere. So I don't think there's anything wrong with saying that I wouldn't be here if we did not have a social safety net in the United States of America. That being said, there's another thing as being a veteran, and I cannot wait to come. I am going to come see you in Richmond. We are, and coffee's on you, by the way. So anyway, but I'll get lunch. So my question to all of you here is that not only do we seem like a homelessness issue with anybody who's trying to struggle, but in my case, I've been also trying to help veterans based on my background. You know, and that veteran issue, I don't know if we've talked about that a lot here, but my question is, I want to ask all of you, because we only have 2 minutes, I want to ask you, and I'll start left to right, what can we do on the veteran side also? I mean, is it our programs that are corollary, right? Are they almost the same, or are there some specific things that we can do also to help? And I'll start to the left. Ms. Chapple, we'll start with you and head on down.
Well, we've heard mention of housing first, and the connection of housing to other kinds of expenses, like particularly health care. So the extent that we can help veterans with housing, we're going to be helping. It's going to lead to health care savings in the long run.
Right, and I'll ask Mr. Desmond, have you seen any veteran programs that sort of we could mirror, or are there any programs we can mirror from the civilian side to the veteran side, or do you see any crossover there with programs for homelessness, sir?
Reducing veteran homelessness is something we should be very proud of. We made massive steps in the last 10 years reducing veteran homelessness. I'll point you to one public housing authority, and that's Houston's. I believe they've housed over 3,500 veterans that struggle with housing unaffordability. They've done a really great job in that city.
Yes, sir. In Lynchburg, Virginia, which Mr. Williams, not too far from Richmond, a little bit of ways, right, but not too far. They're starting a lot of voluntary where they're combining government grants with private grants for veteran housing. So, and Mrs. Jayachandran, and yours, you have unique challenges that you face, right, for maintaining affordable housing and things that you do. I would love to hear your perspective also on the veteran problem on homelessness, if you could.
Sure, I would support 2 solutions. One, VASH vouchers for veterans, and the second, the permanent supportive housing model. Wraparound services related to housing first. I'd also add, since you mentioned you're from Charlottesville, my organization with the local Piedmont Housing Organization in Charlottesville owns Friendship Court Apartments.
Yes, I was there.
We've owned it since 2001, and we received with Piedmont a recent allocation of low-income housing tax credits from VHDA, the largest 9% allocation in the last round.
Thank you so much, and sorry, Mr. Hendrix, I didn't get to you, but thank you guys so much for your participation. I'll see you soon, Mr. Williams. Okay?
Thank you. The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Lawson, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I would like to thank the committee for their testimony today. And Mr. Williams, I was really taken by your testimony, but when I looked at your son, it brought back flashback from the time that I know that my family was homeless for 5 years. You know, we lost everything in a fire, and there was no safety net programs around during that time. Either you stay with relatives or you move from place to place. And I remember moving 5 times, and I think about the mental health issues that it might cause for your son and others who have the opportunity with something like this happening. And so I just had a major flashback, when you were testifying, because it meant a whole lot. But I do have something to follow up from what you stated. According to the National Coalition of Homelessness, veterans in poverty have the highest chances of experiencing homelessness of any group. Approximately 25% of all homeless population in Jacksonville, an area that I represent in Florida, are veterans. This is unacceptable, which is incentives could we really provide to communities for them to conduct more outreach and provide more permanent housing solution to our nation's veterans. As politicians, one of the things that we always say when running for office and come in contact with a lot of veterans, and everyone on the committee can respond, we say, we're going to take care of you. We appreciate what you've done. Thank you for your service. And then we look, and I know I've heard the chairwoman talk about the veteran population in California, but I really have a high veteran population in Jacksonville that is on the streets experiencing homelessness. And so I want to start with, on my left here, Ms. Kaplan, and go down the line and see if everybody would care to comment on that.
Sorry. Yeah, our homelessness problem goes up and down with the economic cycle, and right now we're at a point where the veteran homelessness is a constant share, and I just think it's quite tragic.
Desmond.
I think we could all agree on that. And I think that when you look at the sites of highest evicting places in the United States, many of those places are places with military bases, like North Charleston, South Carolina, outside of Richmond, Virginia. And so I think that there might be a correlation between concentration of veterans and housing instability.
Ms.
Jayachandran.
All right, we can't pronounce your name. Go ahead.
Likewise, we absolutely need more supply of units, but if at the same time we're constructing new units, we are losing affordable housing units, we just are treading water and staying in the same place. We have to be preserving every unit of affordable housing and creating new units, and the best way to do that is investing in vouchers and in project-based rental assistance in addition to the low-income housing tax credit. But here today, investments in VASH vouchers really translates into creating and preserving units for veterans and for all renters who need it.
I'm going to skip Mr. Williams and go to Mr. Hendrix.
I'll just say that the experience that we have with homeless veterans, which it's a tragedy that anyone is homeless, let alone our veterans, is that housing first is not just housing alone, that we do need those kind of support services that veterans do rely upon. Those are lessons for the rest of us as we deal with the homelessness crisis across America.
Okay, and I'm going to try to get this question in real quick. My wife volunteers at least once or twice a month to go to the Carney Center to feed the homeless, from the church, Episcopal Church. And you mentioned earlier, and I hope I can get this in, is that some of the churches and so forth that want to help with the homeless crisis, but they're limited. Can you explain what that means? The ability to build places on their facilities?
I was referencing San Diego, how San Diego was, until very recently, not able, if you were a church and you wanted to build housing on vacant parking lots that sit empty from Monday to Saturday, that you couldn't build new housing. And you couldn't build housing for those who are homeless or those who are low income. And now in San Diego, with some reforms from Mayor Faulconer, you now can.
Okay. And Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you very much. I want to thank our panel of witnesses for your presence here today. I've already been told by one member of this committee that this is the most important, most impactful committee that he has experienced since he's been here. All of our members have been absolutely, I think, inspired to work a little bit harder, to do a little bit more, to be better advocates. So I'm very pleased. Mr. Williams, I want to thank you in particular. I know that you have to go to work this evening, and you've been here all day. I also know that the children don't have beds, that they're sleeping on the floor. Now, I have to do it legally, but I'll find a way to get the beds, okay? Thank you very much for your participation. All of you have been absolutely stellar in your presentations here today. With that, all members have 5 days, legislative days, within which to submit additional written questions for the witnesses to the chair, which will be forwarded to the witnesses for their response. I ask our witnesses to please respond as promptly as you are able. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days within which to submit extraneous materials to the chair for inclusion in the record. With that, this hearing is adjourned.